Meine sehr geehrten Damen.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, welcome here in the hemicycle, also online from home. So the session has now started again. MEPs, colleagues, let me tell you that because of travel restrictions, we only have limited interpretation from Irish. There'll be nothing until 10:30. That's from 9 till 10:30. We will try and do our best. We have the Vice President of the Commission and the High Representative, Mr. Borrell, with us. Welcome to you. We have a statement from him on the resumption of hostilities between Armenia and Azerbaijan in relation to the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict. Members, there'll be no blue cards. Sorry, there'll be no blue cards, there'll be no catch the eye during this debate. So, I will straight away give the floor to the Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Borrell. But before that, I have a point of order. That's anything possible. Colleague, you have the floor.
So allow me first of all, President, allow me first of all to inform you all about the negative, very, very negative developments in my country, Cyprus. We have new criminal provocative activities on the part of Turkey against the Republic of Cyprus, violating all decisions that have been made here and all similar such decisions and resolutions which have been adopted in the United Nations as well. Tomorrow, Thursday, the closed area of Famagusta is being opened. I would like you immediately to please make a statement against this extremely criminal, provocative activity which is being initiated by Turkey right now, the opening of the city of Famagusta. Absolutely, it's absolutely necessary for all to respect resolutions of the United Nations. Thank you.
Colleague, thank you very much. It was important to mention that incident. We've seen that in the media. Maybe, Vice President, in this debate, maybe you could briefly go into that point. Mr. Borrell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members of the European Parliament. I'm going to make reference to the issue of the debate, Nagorno-Karabakh region, and if you allow me, at the end I will say some words about the issue raised by our Cypriot colleague. Members, the current military confrontation along the line of contact in Nagorno-Karabakh conflict zone is of our utmost concern. It is the largest confrontation since 1993-1994. And those days we have been very engaged on this issue. On the day that fighting erupted, I released a statement as High Representative calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities, de-escalation, and a strict observance of the ceasefire. During those days, I had several phone calls separately with the Armenian and the Azerbaijani foreign ministers, urging both sides to stop hostilities and return to the negotiation table. Our position is clear: fighting must stop. Both sides need to re-engage in meaningful negotiations, which, by the way, have been not very much fruitful in the last 30 years, without preconditions, under the auspices of the OCE Minsk Group co-chairs. There cannot be a military solution to the conflict, nor less an external interference. This position was reinforced by the European Council, held on the 1st and 2nd of October. We have seen extremely worrying reports of a surge in attack on populated areas, which is taking a deadly toll on civilians. We strongly urge the sides to fully observe the international obligations to protect civilian populations, and with the resources we have the urgently allocated and a small amount of money in humanitarian aid for the affected populations. In fact, we don't have a lot of information about how the conflict is developing. Detailed information is scarce, and there are a lot of fake news. OCE monitoring on the ground remains suspended, so we don't have observers. But what we observe is an increasing amount of this information, which is aimed at mobilizing the domestic audiences in both countries and could be used to pull regional actors into the conflict. Media reports need therefore to be examined with great precaution, because some of the news that has been disseminated, we don't have confirmation about it. At this stage, further escalation of the conflict and involvement of regional actors unhappily cannot be excluded. This would seriously threaten the stability of the whole region. On the 13th of September, I discussed the situation with the Russian Foreign Minister. I also spoke with the Turkish Foreign Minister, the two regional actors which are closer to the conflict. I emphasized the importance of de-escalating, the importance that regional actors refrain from any activity and rhetoric that could inflame things even further. I spoke to the foreign ministers of Armenia and Azerbaijan during the weekend. I stressed that the increase of civilian casualties is unacceptable. I knew from both sides the actions taken by the other side. Each one of them blames the other for starting and for attacking civilian population from the territory, not of the Nagorno-Karabakh itself, not the region in dispute, but from Armenia to Azerbaijan and to Azerbaijan to Armenia. The fighting should stop. The Minsk Group co-chairs is going to have meetings this week with the foreign affairs ministers of two countries, and the only way of getting out of this situation is that the Minsk Group co-chairs pushes for immediate negotiations as soon as possible. We will continue working with the key partners to try to help stop hostilities, because the only solution is to go back to the negotiation table, but this negotiation table has been open for the last 30 years, without any kind of advance. The war is not an alternative. We have to push both parts to start fighting and negotiating without preconditioning. But this is, by the time being, not the case. I'm sorry I cannot inform you more about that, because as I said, the information is very much scarce, and we have to take very much care of disseminating news which has not been confirmed. And about the situation in Cyprus, I share the concern of the honourable member who took the floor a moment ago. For sure, this issue of Famagusta was taken into consideration on the European Council also. The opening of this area, which is a closed area, according with the ceasefire agreements on the auspices of the United Nations, is a serious violation of this agreement. And yesterday we issued a statement, and today the 27th will issue another one, asking to Turkey to stop doing this activity. You know that the European Council issued a statement about the situation in Eastern Mediterranean, and for sure this is not going to help. Just by the contrary, it's going to increase tension and to make more difficult to reach an agreement on a especially difficult situation for all of us on Eastern Mediterranean. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you much indeed. Mr. Borrell, thank you for that statement and also for your reaction to our Cypriot colleague, to the conflict which is in contradiction to what's been being said before. Now let's move to the debate. Our first speaker is Mr. Kovachev.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. High Representative, indeed this is very painful and sad to see killing of people, suffering of people in this conflict for decades, and that we are observers, international community, and do, despite of the statements, very little. Since the fighting starts again, more than 200 people have been killed. My deep condolences and sympathy to the victims and their families from the both sides. Reports vary, but the claims also, as High Representative said, fake news, disinformation campaign, propaganda, war between the both sides with the aim to mobilize their own population, but also to confuse the international community. I can tell you that lies cannot be hidden forever, and sooner or later the truth will come out. I would like also to repeat that the violence, the hostilities, the killing of people need to stop, must stop immediately. The conflict has been surrounded by various claims, as you mentioned, according to Amnesty International, even cluster bombs has been used in the conflict. This needs to be also clarified and investigated. Also, the involvement of third party, even people from Syrian fighters going through Turkey to the conflict area, need also to be investigated. Any violence must stop immediately. The two sides should return to the negotiation table under the umbrella of the OSCE Minsk group to find a mutual acceptable solution based on the agreed principles, refraining from the threat of use of force, which they clearly violated now, which is very, very sad, territorial integrity and the equal rights of the self-determination of people. The involvement of any other parties need to stop as soon as possible. Unfortunately, we saw in the one point in time that they was very close to a mutual acceptable situation and compromise, but now we are far away from this. Thank you very much.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a long speakers list, so please do stick to your speaking time. Mr. Tonino Pizzula.
Thank you, Chair, Mr. High Representative. Firstly, let me express our utmost concern about the eruption of renewed military hostilities between Armenia and Azerbaijan, both in the Nagorno-Karabakh region and along the line of conflict. The fighting must stop immediately, and all sides of the conflict must return to respecting the ceasefire agreement without any delay and without any preconditions. As S&D, we have repeatedly appealed to refrain from any actions and also from any rhetoric that may fuel tensions between two countries. Today, we urge to stop the fighting and return to negotiations. There is no other path to solving the conflict than to return to the negotiating table under the chairmanship of the OSCE Minsk group. The principles of the UN Charter, OSCE Helsinki Final Act, and the 2009 Basic Principles continue to be guiding principles for the solution to this conflict. With the role of Russia as mediator diminishing, we must expect other partners to contribute to the same goal. This is especially important given the reports about the presence of mercenaries sent by Turkey. Seems that many, if not most, of our foreign policy challenges at external borders have Turkey as common denominator and cause. Latest actions are yet another clear sign of Ankara's departure from EU values and international law standards. Thank you.
Danke vielmals, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. Our next colleague, Umas Payet, next speaker.
Thank you very much. It is not acceptable to use violence and killings in international affairs, also between Armenia and Azerbaijan. You can try to force things and make changes when you have power, but it is clear that such changes are not lasting. The only lasting solution can be a mutually agreed and mutually accepted solution. This means negotiations, it means talking to each other, it means diplomacy. Right now, the only result of the actions of the political leaders is suffering of ordinary people, killings and people losing their homes. Violence creates violence, and this will have long-lasting consequences. Now, if some other interested parties like Turkey or Russia really and truly want to invest in ending this conflict, then there is a way. But it's not by sending fighters to fight in the conflict or assisting in some other military form. They can help with diplomacy or facilitating negotiations. If you take a look at history, also recent history, the people of South Caucasus, including the people of Armenia and Azerbaijan, have suffered enormously in this political violence. The spiral of violence must be stopped. The EU has also tried to contribute to the well-being and growth of these societies by, for example, the Eastern Partnership Programme, trying to demonstrate that the only way to bring prosperity to the societies is a peaceful way. Violent choices tend to throw societies into long and agonizing misery, poverty, and regression. The EU must continue to help Armenia and Azerbaijan to find a way to alleviate this long-term hatred and reach a solution, but this cannot be done at the time of war. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jérôme Rivière.
Mr. President, the mountainous zone of Nagorno-Karabakh is reigniting an old conflict. As Syria and elsewhere, it is Erdogan, once again, who is opening a conflict at the borders of Europe. The aim of Erdogan to rebuild the Ottoman Empire is clear. He deploys his expansionist policy relentlessly. We need to sanction and penalize the Erdogan regime and also grasp back the initiative. The Nagorno-Karabakh issue is an issue of the former Soviet Union, and this will multiply the identity issues. The European Union has not been able to grasp the opportunities and provide fair, peaceful and realistic solutions. If there is a focus on hostilities now, it's because they've had the support of the Turkish presidents. Erdogan is once again trying to stimulate conflict in this region, and then this is trying to focus on the Armenian genocide once again. We cannot stick to words, we need deeds, we need to focus on Erdogan. We are being challenged with Cyprus once again. They are a contempt for what's being done, and we shall not concede to them.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Madam Viola von Cramer-Taubadel.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you very much indeed. In the current Nagorno-Karabakh war, there are two contradictory principles of territorial integrity and the principle of self-determination of people. The huge failure of the international community is that only after 28 years of negotiations have not been able to deal with this conflict. What's even worse is instead of trust-building measures, what we've seen now is both governments, Armenia, Azerbaijan, they've been armed to the teeth by Serbia and Russia. There are only losers. OECD Minsk Group as brokers, secondly populations in Armenia, Nagorno-Karabakh and Azerbaijan. The only group that are profiting from these negotiations is the international military observers. They're looking with great interest towards Nagorno-Karabakh, where high-technology weapons are being used for the first time. This new form of war using armed drones, this is just the beginning of a technologically developed war. What can we do in the EU? First of all, we need to get France, United States and Russia continuing to negotiate. And we should be in favor of the Armenians. We should make sure that NATO partner Turkey should not put extra oil on the fire. And we should make sure that humanitarian aid is provided to the civilians there. Let's not be naive. Our role has to be clear, realistic, exerting pressure on our allies. Thank you.
Frau Fotiga.
Madam Anna Fotiga.
Thank you. The recent flare-up of the conflict is very serious and broader than just Nagorno-Karabakh. We call for immediate ceasefire and engagement of parties of Minsk group, but also other important players like the EU. Armenia enjoys Russian security guarantees that do not include Nagorno-Karabakh, as it is a part of internationally recognized part of Azerbaijani territory. Azerbaijan has Turkish backing. The problem is that conflict concerns this time different part of Southern Caucasus with key routes of oil pipelines, gas pipelines, roads, rail, and fiber optics leading outside of Russian influence to Europe, among others. So we have to have a look on this, and we have to see whole broad picture. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madam Idoia Villanueva Ruiz.
Thank you, Chair. The conflict in the Southern Caucasus has been running for over 3 decades. Another conflict in our neighborhood area, both Armenia and Azerbaijan, 2 of the most militarized countries in the world. Nagorno-Karabakh is an enclave, and it is also a space for pipelines to the world. Russia is exporting arms, and Turkey is seeking to be a key player and undermine the region. This range of conflicts can lead to thousands of refugees and IDPs. We echo the call from the UN and from the High Representative. We ask for a ceasefire and a return to peace, and also negotiations under the Minsk group without preconditions. The EU needs to be involved in a coordinated manner with international organizations and civil society. After 30 years of neighborhood policy, we have more conflicts in our neighborhood. The European countries are divided in our external policy, and the European Union, our external area, is increasingly more important. We need a neighborhood policy which is not competitive, but is based on human relations and focused on peace and disarmament, economic organization which is mutually beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kostas Papadakis. Mr. Papadakis, please. The capitalist crisis has led to conflict between the classes, the ruling classes in 2 different countries. The EU, the United States, and many other parties have a very important role to play here. They're once again dividing the lands of these 2 countries, redrawing borders. The role of the bourgeois class in Turkey and the role that it plays and the influence that it exerts on Azerbaijan is a key role here. We have once again the opening of the city of Famagusta, another issue which is extremely serious, but once again reflects the role of the bourgeois class in Turkey and capitalist developments there on that particular front. So what we're seeing is once again the effort to undermine workers, the working class, the effort of those who are toiling throughout the world in order to create a better future. Here, capitalists are working in order to undermine all of this in a terrible fashion. Thank you. Madam Zelana Zusovko.
High Representative, since the first day of this military confrontation, we in the European Parliament urged both sides to come to a ceasefire. We called for a balanced approach based on the principles both sides agreed on. The most important and invaluable stake to take into account are the lives of the citizens. The continued fighting does not contribute to anything and puts the stability of the region in danger. No country should add fuel to the fire by providing mercenaries, weapons, or inflammatory speeches. I express my condolences to the victims of the conflict and all the refugees of the past, now, and of the future of this clash where no one will gain, everyone will lose. No empire will be built in the 21st century, regardless of the insane dreams. So my message goes to those who are adding fuel to this fire, and I'm asking them to stop, especially Mr. Erdogan. The European Union is ready to help, to mediate, and to support the Minsk group that already addressed its strong engagement based on the agreed principles. The European Union does not export mercenaries and sorrow. EU exports values for decent lives for all the citizens. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much, colleague. Madam Marina Kaljurand.
Thank you, Mr. President. High Representative, thank you for your remarks and comments. I would like to share some thoughts as the chair of the South Caucasus delegations after I spoke to my counterparts, Mr. Arman Yakoyan and Mr. Javanshir Feyziev. EU does not have a formal role in the Minsk group negotiations, but that does not mean that we should not be active, vocal and crystal clear about our messages. We are talking about our Eastern Partnership and we are talking about our Eastern partners. First, we should convince the political leaderships of both sides to establish ceasefire and protect civilians. Reports, if they are true, about the use of cluster bombs are very worrisome, and High Representative, I agree, we need clear facts and information from the region. Second, we should convince both sides to return to the negotiations without preconditions, with good faith and commitment, so that this time there will be a solution based on UN resolutions, Minsk Group basic principles and international law. Third, we should urge other regional powers, especially Russia and Turkey, to stay out of the military conflict. Interference of any outside elements will expand the conflict and make de-escalation more difficult. War is never a solution. People of Nagorno-Karabakh deserve long-lasting peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much. Madam Hilde Woutmans.
Thank you very much indeed, President. High Representative, the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh is of great concern for you, for us. That's why we're here debating today. Today, you know, you come in to Brussels and you can see the flags on the streets. People who are concerned about the lives of people being killed there in that region. High Representative, the Council last week gave you the mandate to continue to consult on EU support for the peace process. So that's very clear. You're talking to all partners, but what I'm surprised by is that you've not actually spoken to the use of cluster bombs. You've not mentioned those foreign partners that are doing this. Turkey. You've not spoken about the foreign fighters who have been sent there. You've talked about a positive agenda with Turkey. We've talked about conflict in Cyprus from a Cypriot colleague this morning. But what about Turkey? We need to put all our cards on the table with Turkey and say very clearly that this cannot carry on. Thank you. You have our support to solve this conflict. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Mr. Lars Patrick Berg.
President, High Representative.
First of all, I would like to
Thank you very much indeed, High President.
Und Lobbykampagne loben.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like you to thank you for everything you've done, High Representative. We've seen from the Azeri side that they're very organized. Azerbaijan, what it's done, we shouldn't be surprised by it. For weeks now, we've seen warring voices coming out of Baku. In August, Azerbaijan had joint military operations with Turkey. There, Turkey showed its support for Azerbaijani entry into Nagorno-Karabakh. Cluster bombs have supposedly been used, and according to media reports, Ankara has sent Syrian mercenaries to help Azerbaijan. So it's a similar thing to what they've done in Libya, Turkey, i.e. using violence in an already difficult situation. The Turkish strategy is using these Syrian mercenaries. If the Syrian-Libyan strategy is repeated here, these people will not be paid, and then therefore the risk would be that we have extra extremists, and obviously that risk will not then just be there in Armenia, but everywhere.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Marketa Gregorova.
Hello, High Representative and dear colleagues. For me, as a member of the Euronest Bureau, it is incredibly saddening to witness such acrimony and outspoken hostility between two participating countries. The objective to increase cooperation between the EU and our eastern neighbours, which we are carrying out through the Eastern Partnership, obliges us to pay full attention to the ongoing conflict and to play a proactive role in its peaceful resolution. I call on you, Mr. Borrell, to start negotiating the conflict resolution with both parties. Some may explicitly take sides and support one country or the other, but this House should stick to two simple but fundamental points. Firstly, hostilities should cease immediately. Above all, it is imperative that Armenia and Azerbaijan must stop targeting civilians. At least 4 journalists were severely injured a few days back, while civilian casualties are being reported daily by both sides as a consequence of heavy fighting and bombings of inhabited centers. Secondly, neighboring powers should refrain from fanning the flames of war through military statements and military support of any kind. Whoever engages in these acts puts the stability of the region further at risk and hinders any attempt to bring the warring powers to the negotiating table. In this regard, Erdogan's Turkey is displaying very irresponsible behavior, which must be thoroughly condemned by all political forces. Thank you.
Danke, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much, colleague. Mr. Wodontowski.
Szanowni
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call our friends from Azerbaijan and from Armenia. There is a land called Artsakh, and for 17 centuries the Armenians have been living there, and they will live there regardless of the wars, unless we will just chase them away. They will be chased away. Dear friends, let's remember about 1812, 1828. Remember about the 20s of 1920s, and then you will know who imposed the borders, which today are the beginning of this war. Move away from what has been suggested to you by Russia, and then you can sit at a table and then you can agree, because your neighbor from the north is looking at you and is very happy about it. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much. Colleague Maurel Emmanuel.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Why are we so concerned? Well, because the population of Nagorno-Karabakh is 95% Armenian. If the hostilities continue, we will have a mass exodus. We also should say, and this has been said, Caucasus is a place of hostilities. There have been two serious wars since the fall of the USSR. And finally, behind this conflict, we have Russia supporting Armenia and Turkey which is once again involved in many armed conflicts in Libya, Syria and Eastern Mediterranean, and here now in the Caucasus. The EU cannot just deplore this fact. We need to take the initiative. We need to work closely with the Minsk group, and we also need to put pressure on Ankara. We could be a mediator, yes, that's fine, but at times we need to decide which side we're on.
Danke.
Thank you very much. For our next colleague, Göngoshi.
The Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, dear colleagues, is a frozen conflict, and frozen conflicts have the nature of erupting every now and again. So who started this conflict now, this time around, is completely irrelevant. If we want to be responsible concerning the worrying escalation of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict and find a long-term solution, we have to remember the source of the conflict. 30 years ago, at the time of the breakup of the Soviet Union, Armenian forces, together with Russian forces, invaded Nagorno-Karabakh and 7 adjacent territories of Azerbaijan, leaving many dead on both sides and over 1 million internally displaced people. Since then, a dozen of resolutions issued by the UN Security Council, NATO, the European Parliament, OSCE, have all been adopted with overwhelming majority, if not unanimously, and they all say the same. Armenia must withdraw unilaterally, restore the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan, and the Armenian minority must be granted an autonomy on the territory of Azerbaijan. So international law provides clear guidance. The real question is, how do we enforce and implement our resolutions? Thank you very much.
Danke.
Thank you. Now the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McAllister, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. High Representative, ladies and gentlemen, as colleagues have previously mentioned, the renewed escalation of violence in and around Nagorno-Karabakh puts at risk the fragile stability in the whole South Caucasus region. Of all territorial disputes of the post-Soviet space, this one is the most dangerous. As the European Parliament has repeatedly stated, and to be very clear once again, there is no and there cannot be a military solution to this conflict. Instead, a political settlement is necessary in accordance with international law, for example, the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, the 1975 OSCE Helsinki Final Act, as well as the OSCE Minsk Group's 2009 Basic Principles. Therefore, we all call for an immediate halt to any military activity in the region. Both sides need to return to a diplomatic dialogue without preconditions and in good faith. As many colleagues have already pointed out, third parties in the region should refrain from any action which can fuel the conflict and undermine the desire of the people from both countries for a peaceful future. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much. The floor now goes to Isabel Santos.
Thank you, Mr. President, High Representative. Yes, there is no solution for Nagorno-Karabakh which is not based on dialogue and negotiation. As it has already been said, we need an immediate ceasefire with no conditions so we can have negotiations and we can have a strict respect for the principles in the Helsinki Final Act and also for the 6 basic principles agreed on in the framework of the OSCE Minsk Group. The use of force or fanning rhetoric cannot be tolerated. Attacks on civilians should be investigated, as it should the use of cluster bombs. We cannot tolerate interference from third countries. As we've seen from Turkey, we've seen an attitude which is completely unacceptable in a country which is a candidate to join the EU. Turkey, in various different EU border points, is continually trying to stimulate conflict and instability. Having said that, High Representative, I just need to appeal to you to ensure that the EU is actively involved in this conflict and other frozen conflicts, which are always potential focuses of instability.
Herr Kyuçuk.
Mr. Ilhan Küçük.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. High Representative, indeed it's extremely concerning to see the outbreak of hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh between Armenia and Azerbaijan. This conflict has been worked for decades in its territorial conflict, and the use of force against territorial integrity and the loss of life, including civilian population, recently ran the risk of escalating into a larger regional conflict. Indeed, despite the fact that the UN Security Council, in its 4 resolutions underscoring the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Azerbaijan within its internationally recognized borders, as also European Parliament confirmed numerous times this in its resolutions, and OEC Minsk Group promote the peace process for many years. Today, the lasting peaceful settlement of this conflict is possible only in substantive and meaningful negotiations. War is not a solution. Violence must stop, but it's also a time for the European Union to act.
Danke vielmals.
Thank you very much. Roman Haida.
Thank you, President. There are very many different peoples living in a very small space in the Caucasus. At the same time, it's been the place where differing empires, Persia, Russia, their borders have met. Other powers have worked in there as well. We're always looking for somebody to blame, though. Obviously, Armenia is always seen as it will always see itself as a protective power for the people of Nagorno-Karabakh. And then Azerbaijan cannot allow this ex-enclave, 20% of its territory be occupied. This is a proxy war. Russia is involved. But look also at Turkey. They have a sultan, Mr. Erdogan, and also colleagues from the EPP and from the Socialists and Democrats. How long do you want to still see the EU as a candidate country? What has to happen so that we can actually say that Turkey isn't?
Kollegin Jordi Solé.
Jordi Solé.
And Herr Kollege.
Dankeschön, Herr Vorsitzender. Bon dia, Senor Borrell. Nearly 3 decades of diplomatic efforts haven't been able to end the conflict that again is taking a big toll in human lives. Now we are confronted to a risk of a fully fledged war in the South Caucasus with the dangerous involvement of external actors. We have to call all sides for an immediate ceasefire and for de-escalation. All sides have to resume talks under the auspices of the OSCE Minsk Group without preconditions, and everyone in the region and beyond should be working to foster peace instead of escalating the situation. However, I also call for the need to recognize and respect the right to self-determination of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, for the need to uphold their democratic will and choices already made several times. This is not only a territorial issue. Disregard for the right to self-determination is at the roots of too many conflicts. Without respecting the democratic will of the people of Artsakh, I am afraid there would hardly be a viable and fair way out of this conflict. Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you. Mr. Weimers.
Vielen Dank, Herr Vorsitzender. High Representative Borrell, we all lament the casualties in Nagorno-Karabakh. We all support a non-military solution. But should we pretend Armenia and Azerbaijan are tarred with the same brush? No. This is a war of aggression by the Azeri dictator Aliyev, supported by President Erdogan's jihadist allies from Turkey, to enforce the injustice of Joseph Stalin's separation of Nagorno-Karabakh from Armenia. Sanction Aliyev the aggressor. Expel Turkey from the OSCE and Minsk group. Have the courtesy not to portray the suffering people of Artsakh as equally belligerent as President Aliyev. In the words of Andrei Sakharov, for Azerbaijan, the issue of Armenia is a matter of ambition. For the Armenians of Karabakh, it is a matter of life and death. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ms. Michels, please.
Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you much indeed, President. Commissioner, this whole time we've been talking about these warring countries. If there's one thing they do right, and this is what the left-wing youth of Azerbaijan wrote, if there's one thing they do right, our under-financed educational institutes can manage, that is sowing hate and spreading nationalistic propaganda. In the meantime, we've seen illegal cluster bombs falling on the unofficial capital of Nagorno-Karabakh. Erdogan's mercenaries are fighting for Azerbaijan. Russia is continuing to deliver weapons to Armenia and Azerbaijan. So let's not kid ourselves. The European Council and its Turkey policy is contributing in a diabolical way to the destabilization of the South Caucasus. This basically means that the Minsk group's efforts are being thwarted. But let's talk about our own responsibility. For example, Euronest must come to an understanding immediately. We have finally to give voice to those who, as the young people of Azerbaijan say, our enemies aren't the Armenians, our enemies are the people in power. Thank you.
Das Wort hat
Now I'll give the floor to Vice President Castaldo.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you very much. High Representative, the situation is very, very serious. As Amnesty International has indicated, the bombing of Stepanakert and the use of different types of weapons is a very, very serious violation of international human rights. The moment has come in order to protect civilians in this particular region through a framework negotiation with the involvement of the European Union. We ought not be afraid to get involved in this particular situation in order to defend these individuals. And I think, indeed, third parties which are intervening in the conflict can play a positive and a negative role. But there are those which, of course, we have to take into consideration. For example, there are many that are exporting weapons as well to Turkey. This is extremely serious as well, because these weapons are then transferred to Azerbaijan. We've repeated so many times that Ankara is going to have to agree to a new system, a system according to which the player, as a player in the international community, they will play an effective role. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Andrius Kubilius.
Mr. Vice President, as a co-chair of Euronest, I would like to make just 2 comments. First of all, I would like to appeal to our friends Armenians and Azeris. You are fighting and killing not only each other. You are killing your own future, future of your children and grandchildren. The war is a sign of weakness of leadership, not of their strengths. Compromise and peace demands much more political courage. And second, I would like to appeal to colleagues inside of this House and inside of EU. In this House, we like to talk about EU strategic autonomy. But our strategic autonomy starts from our strategic responsibility. And EU till now was failing from that point of view, especially on this conflict. For almost 30 years, conflict of Nagorno-Karabakh is here, and in EU we have only our permanent statements of our concern. That is not working. My rhetorical question, first of all to Vice President, can we learn from the recent actions of US administration how to implement strategic responsibility? Recently, US administration managed to resolve long-standing conflicts in between of Serbia and Kosovo on the European continent and in between of Israel and several Arab countries in the Middle East. American model is very simple. Agreement on peace brings huge economical benefits. Mr. Vice President, let's start to be really strategically responsible.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Robert Heischel.
Vážený pán predsedajúci, v Náhornom Karabachu sa rozputala vojna. Zomierali aj civilisti.
Thank you much indeed. We've seen a lot of journalists dying there, but we also see women and children dying. And this conflict has spread beyond the borders of this country. This region belonged to Azerbaijan, but Armenia, there are Armenians living there. There's always been a conflict between the populations of this region. These conflicts make us think as to why this conflict is taking place. Natural oil pipelines obviously go through this region, and it's a bad thing that Turkey is participating in this war. They are a candidate country for the EU. They are supporting one side of this war, Azerbaijan. If we believe what the media says, Turkey is delivering weapons and providing mercenaries from Syria, allowing them to move to Nagorno-Karabakh to fight. So we don't just have to discuss, we have to do more. I'm sorry that we weren't able to agree on a resolution asking for these parties to come back to the negotiating table. That was regrettable. Russia apparently has a neutral position in this conflict. Turkey should do the same. Turkey shouldn't be supporting Azerbaijan. That's why I would plead to you, Mr. Borrell, that you come forward with a specific position. Thank you.
Okay, Madame.
Thank you much indeed. Ms. Nathalie Loiseau.
Monsieur le Haut Représentant.
High Representative, there are different ways of seeing the resumption of hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh. The most diplomatic one would be to support the Minsk Group and Russia, US and France. That's what we are all doing. The second is more realistic, and we need to look at the world that we have. The conflicts resume when the US looks elsewhere, but also because there is Russian interference in the former Soviet space. The third way of looking at it is based on emotion, and it's with a lot of emotion and concern I see Turkey involved militarily. High Representative, yes, we need neutrality, but we need to be able to say here that I am angry when I look at Turkey and when they do not recognize the Armenian genocide and they are involved in this issue once again. It is time to recognize the problems of history.
Thank you very much. Mr. Alessandro Panza, you have 1 minute.
Micro, please.
Okay. Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. So indeed we have a transversality with regard to condemnation of the Erdogan regime, and I'm very happy to hear all of that right now. Last September, the issue of Nagorno-Karabakh and this issue in the Southern Caucasus in general was taken up by a number of different entities. Now, there are great concerns about what the developments might be. Also the civilians which have been harmed, which have been in harm's way in the course of this particular conflict, and the escalation of the conflict overall. We know that Azerbaijan is a very important economic partner for Europe and for Italy, but I think but we ought not forget that Armenia is the first Christian country in the world, and it has suffered under the Ottoman Empire terribly. The Armenian people, in other words. The genocide is something that we all know about. So indeed, there are numerous different sides here, but the European Union has to make a very, very clear, deliver a clear message with regard to self-determination for people and the necessity for immediate peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bütikofer.
Vice President, dear colleagues, there is obviously a sweeping consensus in this House that fighting should be stopped without preconditions. But what then? And just pretending that sending the parties back to the negotiating table would bring them anywhere closer to a solution would be foolhardy, because it hasn't happened in 30 years. So what are we doing to show our own responsibility? And it's not just tensions as usual in the South Caucasus. There are two factors that are changing. First, the US are dialing down their engagement in the region, even though they're one of the three co-chairs. And second, Turkey is not de-escalating, on the contrary. We are presently in a situation where two European neighbors, Russia and Turkey, are squaring off against each other in three distinct arenas. Both neighbors have withdrawn from the international rule of law as a principle they adhere to. The EU does not have a formal role in this conflict, but if the EU doesn't take on itself more responsibility, who will help solving the issue? That's why I subscribe to the term that Mr. Kapelius has used, strategic responsibility of the EU.
Danke, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, colleague. Ms. Asita Kanko, please.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, President. Nagorno-Karabakh, it is at a breaking point. There is blood being shed there. People are being killed. This escalating violence is a path to nowhere. There's no military solution, only dialogue. As the Armenian Prime Minister said, only a ceasefire can be brought in if Turkey is taken out of the Caucasus equation. So I think we can say that Turkey is an important ally of the EU and also a member of NATO. But as far as tension and urgencies are concerned, and what Erdogan does, well, how long will it last before we can actually start speaking honestly in the EU and show Turkey that their actions will have consequences? They have a choice, Turkey. They can use their influence to calm tension there. Instead, they're sending mercenaries from Syria to fan the flames of war further. Pragmatism is needed. This is what Turkey needs, but instead they just show weakness. Thank you.
Sie, Herr Martinson.
Thank you, Mr. Martin Sonneborn.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident.
Thank you much indeed, President. I don't want to deflect attention from the coronavirus crisis, but it seems to me that the greater health risk is the attack on a peace-loving democratic community and the use of cluster bombs. This is what the madmen of the Bosphorus and Baku are doing in Nagorno-Karabakh. They're slaughtering this specific risk group, Armenians, irrespective of age, weight or pre-existing conditions. I don't want to spend too much time on Azerbaijan. This Kaputnik state is connected to European values slowly through its oil pipelines. Whatever Baku gets up to there, they can do it thanks to Erdogan, who's shown his determination to finish the genocide begun 100 years ago. It's unimaginable that the EU still sees him as a partner. He spread terror with jihadi mercenaries in the Caucasus, Iraq, Syria, Libya and the Mediterranean. As unofficial speaker for the non-Askari group, I hereby recognise the Republic of Artsakh. I hope that others will follow and provide them with the protection of the international community that has been denied to them for too long. The EU should return its Nobel Peace Prize and ask for the Neville Chamberlain Medal of Remembrance as reward for its persistent appeasement. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Michael Gahler.
Herr Präsident.
President, this was supposed to be a frozen conflict, but now it has been thawed. We need people to come back to the Minsk group efforts. Principle of self-determination and territorial integrity are set against each other here. I think we can learn from other frozen conflicts. They shouldn't be left to themselves. They can be reactivated. Nagorno-Karabakh declared itself independent in the 1990s, and this has led to it becoming an exclave within Azeri territory. We need balance, but balance has been changed by Turkey. We need military, political solidarity is being shown by Turkey to the Aliyev regime. We see mercenaries and soldiers being sent to Armenia, and because of tragic history, Turkey should be trying to do everything to avoid what it's doing to Armenia. So I would ask the EU to go out into the world to find joint partners for a ceasefire. Perhaps this conflict has to be internationalized, maybe UN troops, maybe having them stationed there permanently, so that people in Nagorno-Karabakh, they can decide whether they want to stay there or not, and Azeris can look after their homeland as well. Thank you.
Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nacho Sanchez Amor.
Mr. Borrell referred to the huge amount of propaganda which we're seeing. So it's good analysis, I think that's correct. But this is not a religious war, as some people have just said. Some people want to talk about murders from a century ago. This is a conflict of the previous Soviet space. It's a frozen conflict when we're seeing the geopolitics warming up around the world, and these frozen conflicts are melting. The participation of Turkey people aren't talking about Azerbaijan, Baku and Aliyev. We're talking about a conflict between Turkey and Armenia. I want to leave Azerbaijan to one side. The key role of the president of Turkey is the rhetoric which is fanning the flames. Turkey is the only country in the world which are deliberately fanning the flames with rhetoric. They're not calling for de-escalation. They're not calling for a ceasefire. This needs to be our role. With this new climate, with Turkey, we need to demand that Turkey does this.
Thank you very much. Ms. Malik Adnani, please.
Dank u, Herr Voorzitter. Firstly, on behalf of Renew Europe, I want to express my deep sorrow for all civilians in Nagorno-Karabakh. Secondly, I call those who are responsible to end all violence. And let me be clear, an immediate ceasefire is paramount. There are even indications of the use of cluster ammunition, an absolute red line. There are also indications that Turkey is playing a growing role backing Azerbaijan. These are signs that Turkey has sent Syrian mercenaries and weapons, including offensive drones. And why has this not been confirmed yet, I ask Mr. Borrell, as the EU has so many intelligence services with vast resources? I don't understand. The European Council conclusions last week were very clear, Mr. Borrell. You are responsible for finding a strong European response. Therefore, I would like to know, will we stay quiet or will we act to bring this violence to an immediate end? There is no time to lose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Jordan Bardella.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. For over 10 days now, there's been an Azerbaijani offensive against Nagorno-Karabakh. There's been conflict civilians. There's been many deaths and people have been forced off their land. This conflict, we need to be blind to not see the role of Erdogan in this. I can say that you, the leaders of the European Union, are continually trying to not take any proper sanctions against Turkey. You talk about their role in economic agreements, but you leave a dictator in place. You provide subsidies to a country that Turkey, from Erdogan, which currently does not recognize the Armenian genocide. This should make you think about things, given the role of ethnicity in the conflicts which we currently have. We need to sanction Erdogan, and you'll see Nagorno-Karabakh, Eastern Mediterranean and Libya will be much more peaceful places.
Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Alfonsi François.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, the aggression from Azerbaijan and its Turkish partners against Armenia should mobilize us. the Armenian people have already suffered by the genocide from Turkey. There's 50 years of Soviet dominance, and then since the fall of the Berlin Wall, they have aspired to democracy. The Nagorno-Karabakh drive for democracy is something we should salute. Europe is directly concerned because the increase in power of certain dictators will lead to threats for us ourselves. We need to push the dictators back by taking heavy economic sanctions, and that's how we can also maintain the interests of Cyprus and Greece, and this is how we need to act in front of Baku and Armenia. Thank you.
See. Thank you very much. Mr. Angel Chambaski.
Mr. President and High Representative, nearly a century ago, a poet, a very important Bulgarian poet, wrote something about the Armenians. They've been a chip over the shoulder of a great nation. This is on the occasion of the genocide against the Armenians, which has not been recognized yet. We are witnessing again today the brutal intervention of Erdogan with his rhetorics and the mercenaries he is transferring there, the weapons he is providing to Azerbaijan. Again, he is at the focus of aggression and at the roots of aggression. And it's high time that you, Mr. Borrell, and the Parliament should put an end to this and hold the actions of this dictator, the Sultan, because we are very strong at making powerful declarations, but when it comes to action, we are passive. Of course, our hearts go out to the Armenians, and the symbol of Ararat should return to the Armenians again. Thank you.
Ms. Clara Ponsatei.
With the support of Turkey, threatens the stability of the whole Caucasus. The Commission must increase its pressure to Azerbaijan and Turkey to halt the military aggressions against the Armenian people and reject the use of violence to change the status quo in the region. But the Commission must also call on the member states that are selling weapons to Turkey that go to this conflict. Spain is the main member state selling weapons to Turkey. This must be stopped by the Commission, Mr. Borrell. The conflict can and will be solved through constructive negotiation between the parties. But to reach a peaceful solution that must respect the self-determination right of the citizens in the Republic of Artsakh. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Mr. Traian Băsescu.
Vă mulțumesc, domnule președinte. Armenia și Azerbaijan nu pot...
Thank you. Armenia and Azerbaijan cannot find an agreement on their own, but clearly the two countries will be in a devastating war. The Minsk group is divided, so that's why it's not effective. The Russian Federation supports the self-determination, and with this idea they have been able to justify all of their interferences throughout history. Ukraine, Crimea, Nagorno-Karabakh. That's why I think the correct solution for us in Europe is a firm intervention with the US, with France, so that Russia can accept a resolution from the UN Security Council. This Security Council must be aligned with the principles agreed on in Madrid.
Thank you, Mr. Nikos Androulakis.
There is no war zone in the broader region where Turkey is not a party. Syria, Iraq, Libya, and now Nagorno-Karabakh. Not only have they simply not accepted one of the realities of the 20th century, that is to say the genocide of the Armenians, but on top of that, aside from not recognizing that, they're involved with Islamic fighters in Syria, exporting them to Nagorno-Karabakh and to Azerbaijan as well. So I think, Mr. Borrell, whoever believes that they can win this war doesn't stop in order to make peace. And that's why we have to intervene right now. We have to adopt measures. We have to involve all parties. And we have to make it clear that it's unacceptable to violate international law. And indeed, there are some European countries that have special economic ties with Turkey, but we have to simply transcend all of those issues in order to sit at the negotiation table and make peace.
Thank you, Mr. Klemen Grošelj.
Hvala, predsednik. Spoštovani visoki predstavnik, EU se ponovno sooča.
Thank you, Mr. President, esteemed High Representative. The EU is again facing a crisis in its immediate neighborhood. This time, the conflict is raging in the ever-unstable South Caucasus, where, with the aid of Turkey, the hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh have been resumed. I believe it is high time for the EU to finally make clear to all regional actors pursuing their various imperialist fantasies that this is unacceptable. That is why I expect the EU to demand from the warring sides, as well as their regional sponsors, to cease all armed conflict and start negotiating a peaceful resolution. At the same time, we should make it clear that their failure to do so will bring wide-scale economic sanctions. If anything, the EU has a certain economic influence in its neighboring regions, and it's time to make use of that. Recent experience shows that the EU can act effectively with a firm and united voice.
Danke.
Thank you very much. Mr. Marco Driosto.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. So, with horror, we are viewing what's taking place these days in Nagorno-Karabakh. We we listen to the words of Mr. Borrell and what he has to say about Azerbaijan and Armenia, but we are very, very concerned about what has been said, that there are Syrian Islamic fighters which are in the region right now. We're speaking about jihadists that have been transported from Syria to the region, and in other words, spreading of the chaos overall. So I think indeed the European Union has a very important role to play. Now, I think at this point it's important to pay attention to the letter signed by 48 members as well concerning the need to sit at the negotiation table, the need to work for peace, to negotiate for peace, and to take into consideration, serious consideration, the role that Turkey has played. Turkey, a country which has not yet recognized the Armenian genocide. Let's not forget, Armenians were not only victims to Ottoman Empire, but to the neo-Ottoman approach that exists right now.
Thank you, Mr. Krasnodiebski.
Dziękuję, Panie Przewodniczący.
President, one might have expected this conflict to happen when one of the parties decides that has military advantage. But the Union, as always, is defenseless. Therefore, I'd like to ask what measures, apart from condemning the conflict and apart from our statements, the Union will take and has at its disposal to end this conflict. We are main economic partners of the parties, so can we use this soft power, and have we used it, or we don't have it? And if not, then maybe we should look at the Union more realistically.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Before we continue with the debate, I would like to say that at 10:30 we will open the voting will begin at 10:30. Now, the particular dossiers that are to be voted on are in the agenda, and voting will take place between 10:30 and 11:45. The same procedure that has been used on previous occasions is to take place once again, and you're all familiar with that particular procedure. The vote on the new responsibilities of the Vice President of the Commission, Dobrovsky, and also on Myrid McGuinness as well. That will take place with a secret ballot. And at this point, I simply wanted to point out that it's important to indicate that you have voted in both of these cases. The other votes are roll call votes. So the first round of voting is now open, and until 11:45, as mentioned, you can vote, and the results of this vote will be announced at 14:15. And now we continue with the debate, and our next speaker will be Ioannis Lagos. Thank you very much. So that which is taking place right now in Nagorno-Karabakh is the continuation of the genocide of the Armenians by the Turks. And the question that I have for Mr. Borrell is, until when will the European Union accept this unacceptable behavior of Turkey? What it has done in the past, this unacceptable behavior, continues right now. And over the last 16 months here, I've heard many, many words, but no action on the part of the European Union. We continue to provide to Turkey. Turkey is providing weapons to Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan is striking Armenian and other positions in Nagorno-Karabakh as well. So people are trying to live in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they're under attack right now. Isn't this a clear situation that we have to play a very, very, very, very strict role in, if you like, and implement right now, institute a series of sanctions on Azerbaijan, on Turkey as well, and provide immediate help to Armenia, financially and militarily. And I have stated quite clearly that I would like to join on a voluntary basis, as a volunteer, the Armenian army in order to fight against Azerbaijan. Thank you. Madam Rassa.
We need effective leadership to solve conflict. There are two ways to achieving peace over Nagorno-Karabakh. The first way, leaders of Azerbaijan and Armenia stop being hostages to this problem and find compromise themselves. However, there are very little chances this may happen, unfortunately. The second path, the democratic powers, USA and EU both, take over this responsibility. They bring both parties to the negotiating table by proposing clear, tailor-made political and economic plan for the future. If normalization agreements were possible with Serbia and Kosovo, it is also possible with Armenia and Azerbaijan. We often speak about EU strategic autonomy. I support colleagues. This term will become meaningful only if it comes with EU strategic responsibility. So my question today, is the EU ready to take responsibility for peace in its neighborhood, be it south or east?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Andreas Schieder.
Dankeschön. Thank you much indeed, President. Vice President, the conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh is a very complicated situation going on for years now. We know that the origins of what the conflict has led to this conflict, but we want a ceasefire. War means innocent victims. War isn't a solution to this conflict. What we need is a solution that allows the different people groups there in the region to live together in a sustainable fashion. For Nagorno-Karabakh, we can only look for a diplomatic solution on the basis of international law. The Minsk group is the international platform for those international negotiations. That has to be used. Everybody, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Russia, and especially aggressive Turkey, they should be looking for de-escalation. We need an immediate ceasefire, and a return to the negotiating table. Thank you.
Monsieur Bernard Gouet.
Mr. Bernard Guetta.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. We hear Armenia, war, Nagorno-Karabakh. One thing makes us always think of the genocide which is denied by the state that perpetrated it. We remember the pain of the Armenians, but Stalin drew the interior borders of the USSR so that each country had one or two minorities and the Kremlin could divide to rule. If we accept the questioning of these borders today, which are now international borders, then it's all the entire Soviet era which we need to tear up. It's not a question of being involved in this, but we need to bring those responsible to for the war to the negotiating table. Yes, it will be difficult, but once again, another reason why we, the Europeans, need to involve ourselves with the US and Russia as well. Russia requires us, Russia needs us. They need from Minsk to Bishkek, for other capitals as well. We're seeing Putin is losing his power.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Czarnecki, please.
Thank you very much, President. Dear High Representative, dear colleagues, one could ask a question: in whose interest it all is? It's certainly not falling into the hands of Armenians. It's not really good for Azerbaijan, but it is in the interests of Russia. Because what Putin tends to do occasionally, he tends to invite both presidents, acting as a prosecutor, educator, father, teacher, whatever you wish. This conflict has a certain underlying interests in the background, but it's also about what the Kremlin really wants. I think we should be more proactive. We may be passing resolutions, they're good, but it's not enough. Our voice should be heard, but we could think about a peace mission to be sent to this region, because Russia cannot be alone to govern. Thank you.
Herr Peter van Dalen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter van Dalen.
Good morning, Mr. Borrell. Please keep your eyes and ears open. What's happening here? Despot Erdogan, he wants to restore the old Ottoman Empire. He's been aggressive within and without Turkey. We know this. Many victims, Armenia, Nagorno-Karabakh. We can't stop him just by talking. It's time that the EU now draws a line in the sand. We need sanctions against the regime in Ankara. So no more words. Statements, talking, Minsk meetings, all of that is history. I stand with the Armenian people. They've had to deal with the 1915 genocide, the Turkish fist for quite a long time. We need action taken now against Armenia. And that's my question against Turkey. That's my question to you, Mr. Borrell.
Danke.
Thank you very much. Madam Evin İncir.
Mr. Chair, High Representative, the conflict in and over Nagorno-Karabakh has both historically and now in the current escalation conflict deprived many people their lives and children the possibility to grow up in peace and security. It is vital that the hostility ends and the two parties to the conflict, Armenia and Azerbaijan, meet at the negotiation table rather than on the battlefield. There is no way then a peaceful solution out of this long ongoing conflict. International peace needs to be an international endeavor. It is therefore absolutely unacceptable that the countries as Turkey, for example, contributes with mercenaries, among other things, to worsen the situation even more. EU is a region built on the idea that dialogue is the only way forward for long-lasting peace. It is our duty at the same time to take leadership for those ideas in our neighboring countries. I'm glad that the international community is ready to assist and EU needs to support the ongoing process in OSCE. My question to the High Representative is first, what are the Commission doing to end the conflict? And the second is, how are the discussions going with Erdogan in Turkey, who has already caused too many conflicts in other regions? Thank you.
Danke.
Thank you very much, Carlo Fidanza.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Now, Nagorno-Karabakh is a very, very sad history. In 1921, this particular area that was inhabited by Christian Armenians was handed over to the Socialist Republic of Azerbaijan. And thereafter, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, this particular area voted for independence, but this didn't take place. It remained as part of Azerbaijan. And indeed, what we have now is a very intractable situation, a situation now where we have a violation of the various points that have been set down by the Minsk group, aggression on the part of Azerbaijan, and also expressions on the part of Turkey of its new, if you like, neo-Ottoman aspirations. So under this particular situation, great difficulties. Turkey, a member of NATO, we have to reflect on this and think about it a bit. I think the European Union ought to put in doubt, once again, numerous different aspects of the ties that it has with Turkey, a candidate for the European Union.
Bilčík Vladimir.
Mr. President, let me first express my sincere condolences to all of those who have lost their loved ones and friends in this conflict since it erupted in the Caucasus again. People are dying in the region, and we must therefore do our utmost to seek peace. Peace through international dialogue, diplomatic channels, and ultimately a lasting solution to the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Many speakers today have mentioned problems with Turkey. But the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh has its true origins in Soviet times and in Moscow. What we in the EU once saw as a ring of European friends in our neighborhood is turning into a ring of fire and enemies. We cannot stand by and look at neighborhood policy through the lenses of the last decade. If we do not change our approach to external relations, we shall remain spectators not just in Nagorno-Karabakh. It is high time to commit more resources to political and economic engagement on the ground, to our active communication, to debunking of disinformation about this conflict, as well as strategic foresight. It is high time for true European foreign policy action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Papadakis, please. It's become tiresome to speak about this international troublemaker, Turkey. Behind all of these trouble is a regime in Turkey, in the southeastern Mediterranean, in Greece, Cyprus, Syria, Libya, and now Armenia. Unfortunately, some people in Europe want to award Turkey, which played its very important role as far as the destruction of Syria, but at the same time hosted the refugees. What hypocrisy! So now I think we find ourselves in a very, very difficult situation in the Caucasus. In Nagorno-Karabakh, once again, Turkey on the forefront. Those who are suffering are the people of Armenia. And behind the scenes here are other players as well. Russia, Iran, China. Indeed, the European Union, we ought to ask, what role does it play? Can it play a role in this very, very difficult region? Thank you very much, Mr. Paulo Rangel.
The Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, first of all, means that we need to send our condolences to all of the victims, not just the conflicts from now, but those from the past as well. If there's one thing that we can see, well, we could summarize this in two key ideas. Firstly, that the European Union needs to be more active with Turkey. We cannot have a conflict with Greece and Syria, Cyprus. We can't have Turkey in Libya, Kurdistan, Syria, and now in the Southern Caucasus. This is utterly unacceptable. The second key idea, Mr. Borrell, we need the EU to have an active role in this conflict. This is where we could have an active role and do what we need to do with European external policy. It's a shame that we are allowing others to take our place in this when we have the possibility to work with Armenia and Azerbaijan and be credible mediators.
Herr Vitanov, Peter.
Thank you very much. Vitanov, Peter.
Micro, please.
I turn it on. Yeah, it's working now.
Okay.
Благодаря ви, господин председател.
Thank you, President. Vice President, today when I was coming to the House, I saw young Armenians with their national flag. I believe that probably somewhere else young Azerbaijani people are also gathering. Well, there are risks. We see that in the conflict because this conflict could turn into intra-state. We have indicators for that. Regional war. In view of the warrior approach and rhetoric of Turkey, and this is a global opposition. We can see also in the position of the US, of Russia, and we call for ceasefire immediately. NATO has full responsibility, of course, with Russia and France as a co-chair of the Minsk group in order to find a peaceful solution.
Thank you very much, colleague Vitanov. And now we move to our next speaker, Mr. Lukas Fourlas, for 1 minute, please. Mr. Fourlas. Thank you very much, President. Mr. Borrell, the images that we've seen through the press have been very sad indeed. Numerous individuals killed, Azerbaijanis being supported by Turks, jihadists, numerous different types of new weaponry. Indeed, I ask myself, how much longer will we be confusing the victor with the victimizer? We find the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh trying to defend themselves against aggression. We need to not be tolerant at all. Those who are supporting Erdogan and Aliyev, let's not forget that they're feeding into a situation which is explosive in nature. Yesterday, Erdogan spit in the face of Europe, opening up occupied Famagusta, the closed city of Famagusta. This is unacceptable. We find ourselves, we have to stand with the people of Armenia. Let's not forget, they suffered a horrific genocide, and I think the time has come finally for all of us to stand at their side and to condemn Turkey. Thank you very much, Mr. Fourlas. And now we move on to our next speaker, Sylvie Guillaume.
Thank you, Mr. President. Since the 25th of September, we've had war at our doors. There has been an attack as in July last country. This is having civilian conflicts after many days of fire of the European. After many days of problem, we are seeing international institutions becoming involved. The message needs to be completely clear. We need to demand the end of all hostilities because the escalation of hostilities threatens security of the entire region. Now, following on from that, we need to focus on Turkey. They are creating this conflict. For many years, the OSCE Minsk group has talked about creating a path towards peace. This group needs to be increased so that we make sure we do not see another Armenian genocide. Provoking a century after a genocide, new victims, above all Armenian victims. Now, faced with that, I ask the question here in this House, where is Europe, Mr. Commissioner? What are the effective responses, the firm responses faced with this nationalist leader who is trying to wash away our values? Many members of this House, above all from the French delegation from the EPP, we've said this and I'll repeat it once again. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable that Europe has not put an end to Turkey's accession procedure to the EU. there should be suspension, and this should, for one very simple reason: Europe is not a toy. Our values, our principles, the heart of our civilization is not negotiable.
See?
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Georgios Kirtsos. Thank you very much, President. I feel Mr. Borrell, a very, very experienced politician, and I think that very experienced politicians are there for difficult situations, indeed. So I think, indeed, the initiative has to be taken right now for a European embargo of the selling of weapon systems to Turkey, because we see the role of Turkey in Nagorno-Karabakh, and we're seeing the role of Turkey in Syria, Libya, and the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So my proposal isn't particularly unique, because already Canada, which has provided drone technology to the Turks, and it's being used right now in the war between the Azeris and Armenia. Well, now Canada has frozen these particular sales. Now, as far as the jobs that are going to be lost in Spain, if Spain is to stop selling different types of arms and naval instruments, if you like, to Turkey, well, that is a question that will have to be answered. Mr. Christoforou, please. President, colleagues, Azerbaijan, violating international law, attacked the Armenians of Nagorno-Karabakh, helped by Syrian fighters, and Turkey. This story is a horrific one indeed. Humanity a century ago turned a blind eye to the horrific acts of the Ottomans, the genocide of Armenians, the genocide of the Greeks of the Black Sea region. And history has shown that this type of simply turning a blind eye is totally unacceptable. The time has come to recognize and to say quite clearly what is going on, that what we have here are criminal acts on the part of Turkey. The people of Armenia, with their long history and with all of that they have offered to Western civilization, they deserve our support. So the moment has come for the European Parliament, from the heart of democracy right here in Europe, to send out a message in unison, condemning what Turkey is doing, condemning what Azerbaijan is doing, and saying that we are all Armenians and we stand side by side with our people of Armenia, the bold people and courageous people of Armenia. Thank you very much. Madam Asimakopoulou is our next speaker. A couple of years ago, a historic decision of Greek justice with regard to the neo-Nazi party in Greece was announced. This organization is a criminal organization, and I would like to say that this is a moment of democracy, a triumph for democracy, that our government, Mr. Mitsotakis, moved forward with this particular trial, and that this trial came to this outcome. So Europe found a way. Europe has to respond to these types of unacceptable situations. Europe didn't respond effectively at one point to Hitler, and as a result we had the Holocaust. Europe right now has to respond to what Turkey is doing right now. What can we say? What can we say to a country which is supporting the Azeris in this conflict, a country which simply doesn't accept history, doesn't accept the fact that this genocide of Armenians took place? So I think the moment has come for us to truly confront Erdogan before it is too late. Thank you.
Danke, die Rednerliste unserer Kollegin.
Now, our next speaker is Madam Spiraki. Thank you very much, President. Mr. Borrell, the conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh is being supported by Turkey. It is costing hundreds, perhaps thousands of lives, because in Nagorno-Karabakh an effort is being made to conduct ethnic cleansing. These people have lived there in peace for centuries. Turkey, on the other hand, has not even recognized the Ottoman genocide. Bombs, different types of terrible weaponry are being used on the people of Stepanakert, on the people of Karabakh as well. And indeed, Russia and Turkey seem to be playing the same role there, and that is to limit, to curtail, if you like, to block the flow of energy from the region to Europe. Let's not forget the role that the Caucasus play as a kind of crossroads of these ever so important pipelines. But I think above all, the moment has come to close these wounds of history and to give the people of Armenia and recognize that which they deserve, their rights. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite the High Representative and Vice President of the Commission, Mr. Borrell, to respond to the various points brought up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President. Thank you to all of you for your interesting and engaging remarks. I think your message is clear. It has been repeated 65 times. With different voices, with expressing the same concern and the same request to act. On the next Monday, I will bring your voice to the European Foreign Affairs Ministers' Council in Luxembourg, where we will have to follow up the situation and see what we can decide about it. But the European Council put very clear that they consider that the frame to mediate and to act on this conflict is the Ho Chi Minh's group of co-chairs. This was clearly what the European Council said. He asked me to support the work of the Ho Chi Minh's group co-chairs. That's what we are doing. But we have to let this group of people to work because it is the only one that's being recognized by the two sides. And I think that Mr. Butikofer is right when he says that there are something new in this conflict. One is that the Americans are withdrawing and Turkey is taking a stronger position, much more assertive. And the European Council also discussed about the relationship with Turkey and invite you to listen to the conclusions of the European Council, saying that in December we will take stock of the evolution of the situation in Eastern Mediterranean and all the conflicts in which Turkey is more or less involved, in order to take decisions about how we continue our relationship with Turkey. We are going to continue calling for a ceasefire, and we'll bring your voice about it to the Foreign Affairs Council ministers. We'll remind the two sides of their obligation to protect civilians under international humanitarian law and keep working with Turkey, also with Turkey, in order to build a constructive contribution to the conflict settlement and help the efforts to stop the hostilities. We have a special representative for the South Caucasus who is there, who is in touch with the two sides of the conflict. Yesterday, the Turkish minister was in Baku, and I was really concerned when I see that he was expressing the full support of Azerbaijan. My last talk with the Azerbaijan minister was also very much worrisome, because he was clearly saying that the fight will continue until Armenia will accept a concrete schedule for withdrawing from Nagorno-Karabakh, which is a precondition for conversation, for talks. Very difficult. The situation is really becoming worse and worse. All of you have been asking to act, but I've been listening very few concrete versions of the verb act. What do you mean by act? What do you mean by act? We can do what we can do. What we can do. But this is the way that we have to take this situation. We'll do whatever we can do in order as I said, to support the OSCE Minsk Group co-chairs, which is the frame that the European Council decided to support in order to look for a solution, for a negotiated solution, pushing both sides to stop the fight and especially putting pressure on Turkey not to continue intervening, but to act. If you mean by act, taking military action, is completely out of question. We are going to do what we can do as European Union with the resources we have on the diplomatic arena, waiting for December, as the European Council has decided to see what is going on from now to December to review our relationship with Turkey. This is what the European Council decided after a long discussion on Turkey and our relation with Turkey. And I have to stick to that. And I will obey and I will try to implement the mandate of the European Union Council in order to support the Minsk Group co-chairs that I hope this week will have meetings with the Foreign Affairs Minister of Azerbaijan. I hope also with Armenia. Thank you.
Danke, Herr Borrell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borrell. And we now close. And we come to the next point on the agenda with the Vice President of the Commission, the EU diplomatic mission in Venezuela in view of possible elections. A statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative, on this particular issue, in other words, and the debate will take place as projected, as foreseen, and now the floor goes to the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative.
Señor Presidente,
President,
I could speak in Spanish because I wonder that the most important part of the members that are going to follow this debate, I speak in Spanish very well. So if you don't mind, I will use the Spanish language, which, after all, is the second most spoken language in the world. Señor
President, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Parliament, this plenary has already discussed the various crises that have afflicted Venezuela a number of times. It used to be one of the richest countries in the world, and the situation is one of the great tragedies of our era. And so, of course, I share your concern and your interest in the situation that Venezuela is in at the moment. Of course, not just Venezuela, but also the whole region, which is affected by the huge number of people who have left the country. Now, of course, we know the situation there. We know that Venezuelan society is profoundly split and is politically split. And we don't have the necessary unity to face this situation. This situation is one that has been set out very well in the most recent reports, and the High Commissioner of the United Nations for Human Rights. As we've said a number of times, we condemn human rights violations in Venezuela, and that's why we are working with civil society in the country and have been working with them for a long time now, particularly over the summer. I'm not going to go through the whole political situation in Venezuela. You're all well aware of it. But I would like to speak under this particular title and tell you what's happened in July. That's when we started our work to try to coordinate with the EU member states, and together with the support from our Latin American partners and the International Contact Group, we've tried to find a peaceful, democratic solution to the situation that Venezuela is experiencing. Now, of course, the first step was to try, and I emphasize try, to do something about the roadblock that is in Venezuela at the moment, and to look at whether we could have democratic elections in the country. Now, it wasn't just me going along with my suitcase off my own back, but I met with President Guaido and set out the conditions, the minimum conditions that would be necessary for a credible democratic election. Throughout the summer, in August, I was in touch. We spoke on the phone with the G4, with other opposition leaders, and of course with Maduro's government. This was all done publicly in formal settings, for example, within the ministerial contact group of the International Contact Group over summer, the Foreign Affairs Assembly on the 21st of September as well. Throughout the month of August, I was in contact and said that we didn't have the necessary conditions for any elections to be considered free and with full participation by the 6th of December. However, at the same time, I insisted both to the government and the opposition that we should try to find a way to bring their positions closer together to make it possible to have elections that the European Union could participate in as observer. This information is all entirely public and has always been. After one of the opposition leaders, Mr. Capriles, set out his intention to participate in the elections if the necessary conditions were in place, at the same time, the others under Guaido believed that it was impossible for this to happen, but they weren't against an attempt to try to delay the elections, to try to continue with their negotiations, and to continue to consider the possibility of election observation by us. As you know, the conditions were in place in the past, but after the contact group and after the meeting of the Foreign Affairs Council, both fora demonstrated support to continue contact with the government to see whether it was possible to delay the election period, and that this would be a necessary condition for anything to happen. As you know, an election observation mission starts by sending an election exploration mission, and then that presents a report on whether or not we have the necessary conditions to be able to send an observation mission. The decision to send the observation mission depends on the exploration on the ground, and that takes about 6 months. And so the 6th of December date was incompatible with this. And we decided, and everyone agreed to this, to see if the elections could be postponed. We continued to have video conferences and telephone calls over the course of 3 months. And then I decided to send 2 members of staff of the External Action Service to go on the ground to contact all of the political stakeholders and to see exactly what the state of play was. Now, this led to a certain amount of concern, as if this was some kind of novelty. But this is a perfectly usual diplomatic practice. Last year, there have been 3 contact group missions in various formats, and they were all led by a member of staff from the European Union. And had the same objective. We've also worked with the Norwegian government, and they have sent a number of missions to try to put an end to the political stumbling block that we're seeing. Then EU member states were informed in writing. Now, we've been accused of acting clandestinely. Now, I don't think if you're trying to do something secretly, you send a written letter to all member states. And in Venezuela, the two members of staff met with people from a range of sectors. They met with over 70 different interlocutors. Now, they were very happy to also provide information on all of their activity, everything they did, so it's not exactly secret. There was support to try to achieve a delay to the elections. They met with the opposition as well, including the G4, to try to ensure that they would also be able to support democratic, transparent elections and set out the conditions that I would also send out to my contacts, which I did over the months of July and August. And there were also meetings with Roberto Madero, the ex-chief of cabinet of Mr. Guaido. Sadly, he wasn't authorized to come to Spain, as had been his desire. The European Union wanted to keep all communication channels open and to provide the opportunity to talk, to try to avoid Venezuela once again seeing social and political chaos in the country. I was also able to speak to High Representative of the Maduro regime, Mr. Rodrigo, and Hector Rodriguez, and sent out they sent invitations to the European Union to observe the elections in December. However, we had a specific request. This is the first time that the European Union has been asked to observe elections. They asked for an election support mission. Now, we explained that no such thing existed, that the European Union has established rules and procedures whereby it doesn't support, it observes. And that has to go through a very specific procedure. First of all, exploration and then observation. We said that if they wanted to look at the possibilities of having an election observation mission, then there was a certain procedure that had to be followed, but that this would require delays in the elections. Otherwise, there was nothing left for us to talk about. The EU staff were not there to negotiate, but merely to pass on the message to everyone involved in the political situation and receive their replies. They had contact with the National Dialogue Association, who were against delaying the elections. They had meetings with the Episcopal Conference in Venezuela, who play a key role in society and who asked for opposition to participate in the elections, and also to provide support for the Venezuelan people facing the current crisis. We made public this meeting, as we did in a letter recently, and we said that there had to be full participation from all political institutions. They also met with people from civil society, from academia, and from business. There was a lot of support for their mission and for the European Union to try to ensure that they could provide spaces for proper dialogue. And this is our objective. The European Union is considered by all, or certainly most of our interlocutors, as the only party who can speak credibly with all different stakeholders. And this is what we are trying to do. This is what we are defending. We want to see a union with a geopolitical dimension to it. The other clear message that we heard is that the vast majority of the opposition would support a delay to the elections in order to try to create time to improve the conditions under which these elections may be held, and perhaps may allow us to send an election observation mission. However, the prevailing feeling is that delaying the elections in and of itself isn't a solution. It could be a way of keeping the door open to political negotiation. As you know, however, after this mission, the regime said very clearly that they had no intention of delaying the elections because it wasn't allowed under the Venezuelan constitution. There was a very clear mandate, and it followed to a certain date, and the elections had to take place before the end of this year. Therefore, we saw no possibility of continuing dialogue in the same fashion as I set out before. We believe that the only way to open the situation up again is through dialogue and political negotiation between the forces in Venezuela. Now, it's not going to be the magic bullet to solve all of the problems the country is facing, but what we want to do is to find a way to respond to the demands of the Venezuelan people. After what happened, and having listened to everybody, and in particular having received public declarations and letters in response to ours, and a clear indication that the elections wouldn't be delayed, then the election can't and won't send an election observation mission. We have to ensure that we respect democratic standards. They are not present and continue to not be present. And as I've explained, the timetable wouldn't be realistic either. The Maduro regime says that they won't be delaying the elections and can't do so under the constitution. We will continue to support all efforts to try to find a peaceful, democratic, political solution. We will support the Venezuelan people in trying to move beyond the crisis that they're currently undergoing. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado. Agora
Thank you.
todos e agradecer a declaração.
So, thank you very much, Vice President of the Commission and High Representative, for that very detailed statement. Thank you, Mr. Borrell. Now we shall continue the debate on Venezuela. Without further ado, I give the floor to Dolores Monsiet.
Thank you. As Vice President and High Representative, and these two are very closely associated, the 23rd of September, you sent a semi-clandestine mission to talk to the Maduro regime about the elections. 7 days before, there was a report published by the UN that accused the Maduro regime of violating human rights and crimes against humanity. 6 days before, you met with the contact group to look at delaying the fraudulent elections that will be happening in Venezuela. Then you met with foreign ministers of the EU and explained the mandate. However, in both meetings, you avoided mentioning any kind of mission. So I want to know, when was this clandestine mission organized? Was it when the regime complained about the UN report? Is this a political gesture? Was it an exchange that you would send a diplomatic mission and that the regime would delay the elections, that you would guarantee some kind of exploratory election mission? All of this was done without any kind of conditions. There were no, you didn't ask for presidential elections. Without proper elections, we're not going to move beyond this regime or see the political detainees be freed or an end to repression. We are extremely concerned that you did not inform the 27 ministers or the Commission or the Parliament of this clandestine mission. What's even worse, that you ignored Venezuelan Democrats who represent Juan Guaido, who is recognized by this Parliament and 25 member states. This is a whole chain of lies and half-truths. This is proof of anti-democratic contacts. We want you to explain the truth. The mission was a tool that you used to work with the regime. This is again, this is a win for Maduro, and he can act against the Venezuelan people with more violence and lead to more poverty. We cannot accept this.
Muito obrigado. O Sr. José Borrell terá
Thank you very much. Mr. Borrell will have an opportunity to reply. I'd like to give the floor now to Mr. Javi Lopez for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, President. I'd like to start by saying in my own name and on behalf of my group to defend and welcome any efforts that the High Representative has made through European democracy to try to find a democratic, peaceful solution to the serious situation in Venezuela, and also the consequences that's having on the region and in humanitarian terms, because that's the only way out, and that has to be the European position. Therefore, diplomacy and dialogue to have a solution with certain democratic conditions is the only way out. Secondly, I would like to share some thoughts with you. Often here, we lament our irrelevancy in international conflicts where we can't find solutions. We hear this a great deal. Now we have a conflict such as the one in Venezuela. This situation is extremely serious. And here we have the ability to be constructive and to be involved in dialogue. And here, where we can do something, and when we are doing something, you come up with these fabricated arguments. Venezuela is extremely important to the EU. We've discussed it 6 times. There have been 13 resolutions in 5 years. There's nothing we've discussed as much as Venezuela. That shows how important it is. But more so, we, of course, have to remember the impact it has on Spanish politics. You can see that from the list of speakers. But we have to remember what's really important here is the Venezuelans and the pain that they are suffering.
Muito obrigado. Tenho agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. Jordi Caneas, 2 minutes.
Gracias, presidente. Señor Borrell.
Thank you, Mr. Borrell. We asked you to appear before this chamber to give us some explanations. We're expecting to hear excuses, but you haven't told us the truth. And this is key, because you weren't sent, you weren't asked to postpone the election. That was something that you did. It wasn't Guaido or the G4 who suggested that, it was you. And so, if you're going to put forward your justifications and admit the truth, then that's not acceptable. You were the one who had negotiations with the regime, saying that we need certain conditions to have these fraudulent elections. The government is illegitimate. The opposition is who this chamber recognizes as the legitimate government in Venezuela. So once again, we're saying no to the regime. We did that again in August, and yet in September you sent this mission. And what did you suggest? Just delay these fraudulent elections without having minimum conditions for proper elections to be held. What kind of message are you sending out? It's a terrible message that you're sending to the whole of Venezuela. You can pretend to reach some kind of agreement, but there is no legitimacy to call these elections. As you know, the Maduro government is waiting for the end of the mandate. So as you know, on the 6th of December, you know that the elections won't be democratic and their results can't be recognized. Are you going to continue to support the mandate of this assembly so that or allow Venezuela to have proper democratic elections? This has to be the strategy of the European Union. The assembly has to be the only proper democratic body, and it is this way that we can have proper, free, democratic elections in Venezuela. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mariani now for 1 minute. Venezuela is a subject that comes back to this chamber in Brussels as often as the rain does. In December 2019, I said that Nicolas Maduro's policies were not my own. Ones that affect the population negatively aren't mine either. The European Union has to have a different voice that doesn't push towards utilitarianism nor collectivism. In a previous vote, I've justified my votes in the past on Venezuela. I abstained on text that lacked direction and that promised Mr. Guaido as a candidate for the European Union, when it's actually up to the Venezuelan people to decide which policies to be applied to restore calm to this country. In January 2019, I insisted on the American sanctions were issues that perhaps were affecting the population of Venezuela negatively, and that there was an attempt to carry out cultural hegemony and economic hegemony over different parts of the world. I think things are not changing at all. Nothing is making progress, and we're not actually seeing any new elements brought to the table. Thank you very much. Mr. Urtasun, now for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. I have the impression that once again we're talking about Venezuela, thinking about the position of the Spanish government than having a proper debate, as we should be as the EU on this about this subject. My problem is that what do we suggest? We've been talking about this for 2 years since Mr. Guaido has been recognised, and where's it got us? What can we suggest? The only solution is what the High Representative is trying to do, to work with the government to try to have proper, free, fair elections. That's the only solution. The mission, as the High Representative clearly said, is a standard tool of European democracy. And if I may say this to the Spanish delegations from the EPP and Renew, it seems quite a strange way of defending democracy in the world. If you sign letters to our institutions together with the Spanish extreme right, why are we working with those who are attacking democracy here inside our own borders?
Thank you very much. Mr. Touch now for 1 minute.
The only people attacking democracy and defending dictatorships, a drugs-based regime, as has just been referred to in the United Nations, are you. It's the parties in government in Spain, and I think it's a disgrace. And this is at the heart of the problem that is of such concern to all Democrats and to people who want to change the criminal Maduro regime. The Maduro criminal regime can't be allowed to continue through these elections, which are going to be a farce. You can't have proper elections with Maduro in power. The Spanish government and many people sadly suspect, together with the help from Mr. Borrell, they're trying to find a way to organize these elections that will allow Maduro to stay in power. But with Maduro in power, you can't have free elections in Venezuela. And anyone who says so is undermining Europe, Venezuela, and the world.
Thank you very much. Mano Pianeda now for 1.5 minutes.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, President. Mr. Borrell, here we are once again talking about Venezuela, as we do in almost every plenary. As you know, at its heart, this debate is not about Venezuela. It's about a vision of democracy and how the Spanish right and extreme right see it. And the role that you want the EU to play in its foreign relations. This debate has not been organised because the EU has sent out a mission to try to continue dialogue with Venezuela, but you're not recognising diplomacy and dialogue and democracy. What's the solution? The previous speaker has asked for military intervention against the Spanish government because they're not recognising the result of the elections in Spain. Is this what you're asking for? Violence is their only solution. The people who asked for this debate if they declare the Spanish government to be illegitimate, then what's the result of this? If they want Mr. to be in charge of Spain or sending out, or should be the ambassador of the European Union. Mr. Borrell, be very careful in how you act. Please continue with your dialogue. Yes, you'll be criticised. And there will be future absurd debates in this Parliament. But we have to continue to work for democracy. There's going to be elections. And the elections will be on the 6th of December in Venezuela. And we need to see free and fair elections. There is no...
But não terminou seu tempo.
I'm sorry, you used up your speaking time. You went beyond your speaking time. You went beyond your speaking time. You went over it quite a lot. Now we're going to continue. Is it?
He has... He's accused me of promoting a coup d'etat in Spain. All I asked is that our country should comply with its constitution in all institutions. I defend the Spanish constitution. This gentleman does not. He is an ally of terrorists.
Obrigado. O colega tinha a oportunidade de intervir no final do debate.
If you want to speak at the end of the debate, you can do so, but I understand you already have. I now give the floor to Mr. Tajani for 1.5 minutes.
We have to be consistent. We can't defend the rule of law in our continent, in Belarus, and then not defend it in Venezuela. The regime has been accused by the UN of crimes against humanity. You, High Representative, have organised a mission to negotiate with this dictator. This has led to a farcical situation which has only supported Maduro and his regime. Do you know what Carlota is? It's a military base in the center of Caracas, which is used for private planes and the regime's planes to land. How is it possible that the European mission has been able to use this military airport? Has this mission been organized with the Maduro regime? Who suggested that you could land in Carlota? Who contracted this plane? Where did you land? And who's paid for the flight? What objectives did you achieve? Maduro, has he said that he's going to allow free elections with proper observation, using proper software, with free participation? But the regime, is it going to stop illegally financing European parties that are in power in Spain and Italy, for example, as some journalists have asked you? To conclude, Maduro is trying to avoid having presidential election, using the pretext of having elections to renew the Legislative Assembly. But the Legislative Assembly has already been voted for. So now it's time to elect a new head of state.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra a...
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ms. Leitão Marques for 1.5 minutes. Mr. President, we were supposed to be debating COVID-19 here, the public health situation, the unemployment, the fact that people are losing hope. There are more than 300,000 victims in Latin America, and we could have used this debate that the Socialists and Democrats wanted, that we support those countries, countries with which we have cultural and historical ties. We could have talked about how the pandemic was driving people into poverty. Millions of people, children unable to go to school, unable to be educated because of the lack of computers. And instead we have a debate about the political crisis in Venezuela. Yes, sure, there's a crisis, but there's no new proposal. There's no new way out of the crisis being put forward. The Vice President, High Representative, tried to help organize elections, but I don't see anything here happening to help Venezuela or the Venezuelan people. Thank you. Dita Charanzová, next 2 minutes.
Gracias. Señor Alto Representante.
Thank you. High Representative, how is it possible that this chamber, the European Parliament, learns about this mission to Caracas after the press? Your mission to negotiate with a dictatorship. Is this the new EU external policy towards Venezuela? No, it is not. No. You are the High Representative and you acted independently. You said in the press that the Venezuelan opposition asked you to negotiate with the dictatorship. So I'm asking you now, specifically, who was it from the opposition who charged you with this? So far, in all of my contact with representatives of President Guaidó and the democratic opposition, I haven't heard anything about this request. We want to be clear to all of the democratic opposition in Venezuela and all of our friends in Venezuela. Firstly, the European Parliament doesn't recognize Maduro. And we recognize that there cannot be a transitional government that he is in. We recognize Juan Guaidó as the legitimate interim president of Venezuela. Without free presidential elections, under the proper conditions, then progress cannot be made with the legislative elections. The European Parliament has already been very clear on its position towards Venezuela. Actions such as that one undermine our ability to act as a European Union in a credible way on the world scene.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Paolo Borchia.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President. High Representative, I have to share my concern about your approach towards this issue. Today, over 5 million Venezuelans live outside of the borders. They've been forced to flee. due to the regime. The World Bank says that on average they're living on sets the poverty thresholds at €2 a day, and Venezuelans are living on less than that. The IMF says that there is 15% inflation for 2020. So I would like to send a message to European and Italian citizens who live in Venezuela under Maduro, without drinking water, without fuel, without gas, without any proper industry, without resources or hope. And colleagues, when we talk about sanctions, we have to remember that the Venezuelan people are experiencing the worst of these. These sanctions are the same as communism.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Jordi Soler. 1 minute.
Thank you, President. Mr. Borrell. I have to admit, I don't really know why we're having this debate. Don't really understand it, because certain parties, particularly the right and extreme right in this chamber, are questioning whether the European Union should, through its External Action Service, send a delegation to look at a way of finding a peaceful democratic solution to the very complex, delicate, concerning situation in Venezuela. You're questioning whether the EU should play a constructive diplomatic role. You know how important diplomacy is. You know how important it is in conflicts around the world. We've just had a debate on Azerbaijan and Armenia, and many of us asked for greater involvement from the European Union and emphasised the importance of the EU as a global player to export European values. And yet, when it comes to Venezuela, it's the opposite. Normally, we know that this is often due to Spanish internal interests. But in Venezuela, the solution has to be found through the European Union doing everything it can to help.
Thank you very much. Now, Carlo Fidanza, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. This is not a Spanish debate about internal Spanish politics. We're talking about this very serious situation that involves the whole of the international community, the UN, the whole international community that is against this criminal. And if some people on the left haven't properly understood this, then perhaps we need to update our message and say that this problem is one of concern to the whole world as well as just the Venezuelan people. We've heard, Vice President, serious words that you're telling us part of the truth. Or we've heard about EU representatives who have furthermore legitimised the Maduro regime as an interlocutor. So once again, what we're asking for is free, democratic, transparent presidential elections, and that Maduro has to stand down from power. They're responsible for criminal activities and a humanitarian crisis. And I would just like to say that there are millions of genuine refugees who are fleeing this regime, including thousands of people of Italian origin. And I would like to send out my warmest regards to them as well.
Thank you very much. And now, Sandra Pereira, 1 minute.
Apesar das ameaças e das chantagens, das pressões, dos bloqueios e das sanções, tudo à margem do direito internacional, a República Boliviana da Venezuela está a organizar processo eleitoral no quadro da sua Constituição para o próximo dia 6 de dezembro.
We're seeing tremendous suffering, an exceptionally difficult situation in Venezuela. Unfortunately, yet again, the European Union is siding with the plotters of coups, siding with the self-declared president. The EU must defend Venezuela's democracy. and cannot ignore the terrible conditions in which the people of Venezuela are living, especially amidst COVID-19 without access to health services.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra ao deputado Paulo Rangel.
Thank you very much. Paulo Rangel, minute and a half.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Sr. Alto Representante.
Mr. High Representative, is it not somewhat strange, somewhat bizarre, that today the only people who are defending your clandestine or semi-clandestine visit are those who support Maduro? That seems to be the only reason behind this. Mr. Ortason, it's not a Spanish question. In the EPP, we've got Italians, we've got Portuguese, we've got Dutch people who are going to be speaking. We're talking about human rights. We're talking about democracy. You are always using the words democracy and human rights. They're always tripping off your tongue, but you accept a visit of a high representative which is legitimizing a regime which has been condemned of committing crimes against humanity. And Mr. Leitão Marques, how can this not be an appropriate debate? After the Human Rights Council of the UN has said that this regime is committing crimes against humanity. In the Lord's name, how can you not talk about this? And the issue of refugees, people who've been subject to crimes against humanity. We are legitimizing, we are supporting a regime which is committing crimes against humanity. How can that be possible? I'll answer you in Spanish. Having listened to you, I would say I don't believe in witchcraft.
Muito obrigado. Segue-se agora o deputado.
Thank you very much. And now Mr. Sanchez Amor has 1 minute.
Thank you. This debate on Venezuela is interesting, but what we're supposed to be talking about is the mission. Montserrat, Cañas, Lopez, Sanchez, Bilbao, Lopez, Miramon. These are the names on the list. These are. This is a Spanish debate. We're seeing that the Spanish right is having this debate here. The problem is not that Mr. Borrell has a mission. We also have to remember that I just want Mr. Borrell. If it was Mr. Dombrovski, we wouldn't be talking about this.
Muito obrigado ao deputado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Bilbao Barandica.
Bilbao Barandica por minuto.
1 minute.
Gracias.
Thank you. Delivering, helping, promoting a peaceful solution based on dialogue and a long-lasting solution to try to solve the humanitarian, social and political tragedy that Venezuela is experiencing is what we should be focusing on. And here's what unites us here. What unites us is that every observation, any kind of inquiry says that in Venezuela today, they don't have the necessary conditions for free democratic elections. We have to remember that millions of people in Venezuela deserve that we help them in recovering their liberty. And they are asking us to focus on their rights and their fundamental liberties. They are the main tools used by those who oppose the Maduro regime, and they're asking for the European Union to help them. Any debate that sows doubt about our basic agreement on this will help Maduro, and it will allow him to suggest that he has a lot more support outside of Venezuela than he really has, which is in fact very little. Most of us agree, we know that he is a dictator. Venezuelan freedom is not helped by the fact that this tragedy is being used as a weapon in the political debate. We have to focus and emphasize the fact that debate is impossible and that our priority has to be to win democracy back.
Muito obrigado. Dou agora a palavra a...
Thank you very much. The next speaker, Esther de Lange. 1 minute and a half.
Thank you. And dear colleagues, Mr. High Representative, to know the suffering of the Venezuelan people, you don't even need to go there. Please take some time to talk to one of the men who prepare your coffee in the bar right next to this hemicycle. He will tell you about his family back home and the shortages of food and medicines, even before the coronavirus struck. And now even more people are dying in the streets. So let's be clear, Mr. High Representatives. There is no division. We are united in wanting to address this humanitarian crisis. But you can't be blind to the fact that this suffering is caused by the Maduro regime, a corrupt regime that relies on smuggling of oil, drugs and gold, a regime that, according to the UN Human Rights Council, murders, tortures, commits sexual violence and random detention, a regime that you did a huge favor by dispatching this premature diplomatic mission and giving it a certain legitimacy. It's like talking to Lukashenko behind the opposition's back. This is not, and I say this as a Dutch representative, this is not an internal Spanish debate. This is about the values and the credibility of the European Union. The Maduro regime has already made clear it does not want to fulfill your conditions. It does not want to postpone the elections. Can you basically answer one simple question to this House? Do you think all of it was still worth it? Thank you.
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Serter. 1 minute.
Portanto, uma vez mais falamos sobre a Venezuela.
Thank you very much. Yet again, we are talking about Venezuela. We're talking about elections that were to be held in December. The situation economically and socially is terrible, and it's getting worse. The situation is very serious. The European Union must play an active role towards Venezuela. We need peaceful and democratic solutions. And I do hope that the Vice President will continue in his mission, will continue to talk to all sides so that we can arrive at a common solution. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Tenho agora a palavra por
Thank you very much. And now, Javier Nart.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President. I see that this Parliament talks about what it should do, not what it can do or must do. Now, we agree that the de facto Maduro government is a brutal criminal regime and one that we should all condemn. But it's one that exists, it's a reality. And President Guaido is in a situation whereby the assembly will come to an end very soon. The Venezuelan people are being converted into subjects that are deprived of everything. Mr. Borrell, your mission and your efforts I see as follows. All of the procedures that have taken place with the Venezuelan government from Mr. Zapatero and the Vatican and everybody else have only allowed him to stay in power and give him legitimacy. Now, I understand legitimate efforts, but it means that the same situation stays in place. My position is that the only possibility is to increase pressure and then see whether it's possible to have dialogue. But to be honest, I doubt it.
Muito obrigado. Agora a palavra a Leopoldo.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. López Gil.
Thank you, President. High Representative, recently you said that the situation, the humanitarian situation in Venezuela is desperate and it's the worst humanitarian situation seen in the country. The international community is not paying enough attention to it. It's only looking at the political side. Nonetheless, looking at the conclusions of the independent UN mission, which accused Maduro's regime of crimes against humanity. And fully aware of this, you organized a mission to negotiate with this person who has violated human rights and to look at organizing fraudulent elections. This chamber and 25 EU member states only recognize a National Assembly presided by Juan Guaidó as a legitimate government. We have to ensure consistency in our actions when it comes to European foreign policy. Would you send a mission to Belarus to organize meetings with Lukashenko? Do we have the necessary conditions that would allow us to have transparent, fair elections in Venezuela? What Maduro wants to do is stay in power at all costs. And so having secret talks with this regime is not acceptable. We can't have fraudulent elections in December, and we won't accept them 6 months later either. We need to see a change in power. Without that, elections are absurd. So we need to ensure that the European Union does not support fraudulent elections.
Muito obrigado. Agora a palavra.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Lopez Istúriz White.
Gracias, presidente. Señor
Thank you, President. Mr. Sanchez Amor said something, said that if Mr. Dombrovskis was in Mrs. Borrell's position, then this debate wouldn't be happening like this. Mr. Borrell, we all know that the UN brought out a report about human rights abuses in Venezuela. We know that they are broadening the scope of inquiries into human rights abuses, and that was decided in the UN plenary. But I received a video this morning where we see the EU ambassador meeting with Tarek William Saab, who is the prosecutor of the regime, talking about the report on human rights abuses. But what you have to know, colleagues, is Tarek William Saab is under sanctions by the EU. So what is the EU ambassador doing talking to this person? Colleagues, he has been accused of throwing an opposition member out of the window. So what is our ambassador doing talking to him?
Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Milan Mon, 1 minute.
Thank you, President. After various attempts at dialogue in various seats in Barbados and the Dominican Republic, do you think that a new dialogue can bear fruit? We know that. Do you not think it will lead to failure? We've not been able to achieve democracy there yet. And our colleagues here in the chamber have asked for a roadmap for Venezuela, but I would say that we have to set out the main principles when doing so. We have to insist on democratic elections, preferably presidential elections. We have to try to overcome fragmentation in the opposition. We have to keep up pressure and avoid falling into false dialogues. We also have to remember that we have 40 people who are responsible for crimes, and they are set out in the report. We also have to intensify conversations with the Lima Group and other main stakeholders. The International Contact Group is clearly not enough. And I'd like to know your point of view on all of this, Mr. Borrell, and also know what specific initiatives you'll be taking in order to try to ensure that we have liberty and respect for human rights in Venezuela. You have to also be able to criticize yourself.
Thank you very much. Now to conclude the debate and respond to the questions, I'll give the floor to the High Representative for Foreign Affairs, and Security Policy, Mr. Borrell.
Muchas gracias, señorías.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Montserrat, you took the floor and referred to a chain of lies and half-truths. You and others, that's what you have done. A series of lies. You have created this scandal just to create agitation towards the Spanish government. But you're not in the Spanish parliament. If you want to talk about Spanish politics, then do that in Madrid. And I'm not Mr. Sanchez's Foreign Affairs Minister either.
Y usted ha sido presidente del Parlamento Europeo.
You were President of the European Parliament. Please act as such.
Señor presidente, ¿puedo continuar?
May I continue, President?
Tem a palavra.
¿Puedo continuar sin tener que sufrir las interrupciones?
Can I continue without being interrupted by Mr. Tajani? Thank you very much. Everything you're talking about, all this secrecy, well, it can't be half secret. It's either secret or it's not. You can't talk about a clandestine or half clandestine or secret message. When I explained what happened with the International Contact Group, and I said clearly that we would continue to have contact with all political stakeholders at all necessary levels, and everybody agreed. I informed the Foreign Affairs Council that we would continue to use all necessary and appropriate measures to contact all political stakeholders. So where is this agitation? Where are these accusations of conspiracies and secrecy coming from? Madam Montserrat, this is ridiculous, honestly. What do you think is happening? Who do you think should be criticised here? What's wrong with having a diplomatic mission, as we should be holding, and having dialogue over a number of months to see whether the elections could happen or not in December? Elections in Belarus weren't free or transparent, and there was no proper participation. And yet the Belarusian opposition participated. Do you believe that the fact that the opposition participated adds legitimacy to the regime? Do you think it legitimizes the Lukashenko regime? No, of course not. Absolutely not. Quite the opposite. Their participation has served to make it clear how false these elections were and to try to do something about that. So if we send a member of staff to speak to everybody in Venezuela, how are we backing up Maduro? How are we legitimizing him? As we've always said, we'll continue to say what we think about Maduro's regime. We're doing what we should be doing. I didn't inform the European Parliament specifically beforehand. No, I don't have any requirement to do so. I'm responsible to the Foreign Affairs Council, the International Contact Group. Someone said that I was in touch with the regime. I was passing on their demands to the Maduro government. No, listen. There was a document with 5 specific points that was given to me by the opposition in order to ensure that it got to the Maduro regime, and they wanted to hear his response to it. Yes, I tried to see if there was any possibility. Of course, I knew it would be a slim chance, but to see whether it was possible whether the position of the government and that of the opposition could be brought together in any way. You're asking me if I'd send someone to Belarus to try to do the same? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. If tomorrow we were able to send someone to Belarus to try to create national political dialogue, then I would do that. We've offered to do that. But, you know, what kind of world are you all living in? The president of the European Council tried to call Lukashenko, but wasn't able to speak to them, but would have spoken if they'd been able to. Is this backing them up or legitimizing them? Are you really worried about the fate of the Venezuelan people? What am I supposed to do as High Representative in this specific case? I did what I'm supposed to do and what I will continue to do. Our attempt wasn't successful, but we needed to try. We had to try and to find some way through some kind of compromise, which is the only way out of the situation in Venezuela, to promote political dialogue. And there was political dialogue. There were representatives of the opposition who were present, talking to the regime. Mr. Capriles, who publicly said that if the conditions were met, then they would participate, if the conditions were in place. But the conditions aren't going to fall out of the sky. They're not just going to spontaneously appear. You have to work on creating them. They have to be discussed. The Norwegian government, they were entirely up to speed with what we were doing and supported. What would you say to the Norwegian government? You know, we want to encourage this dialogue. Again, they weren't successful, but we were trying to do exactly the same as the Norwegians were trying to do, and we will continue trying to do that. We're not going to support military solutions. We're not going to support foreign military intervention to try to solve this problem. The only solution is dialogue and involvement of the political forces in Venezuela. And if we can do that, then we will. And that's what we're trying to do. The G4 was fully aware of this. We had a number of video conferences over the summer. And some people seem to be more interested in causing political agitation than finding a solution in Venezuela. And I've received criticism from people who said we don't want to be involved in the election. No, we weren't able to participate in the end, because if we're going to participate, then there is a very clear regulated process in place. You have to have a exploration mission that will come back and make a report, and then that will state whether or not the conditions are in place. If I believe that the conditions are in place, then you know that the procedure for getting an election observation mission is extremely long and complex. It's not something that can be done in under 4 or 5 months. And I said this to the Venezuelan government before we sent the mission. You have to be aware that if the conditions are in place, which they aren't at the moment, then we need 5 months if you want us to participate and observe the elections. And you know what the response was. Unfortunately, we have to admit that this is leading to an even more complex situation in Venezuela. We're seeing less proper respect for institutions in Venezuela. The assembly is the only elected institution. Yes, you're saying you want the presidential elections. Yes, there's a set date for that because you reach the end of your mandate and you have to elect a new assembly. What have we done to legitimize the regime? And what have we given in on? Absolutely nothing. Mr. Lopez, I know that you were referring to the Spanish ambassador, and yes, and it's a very difficult role. However, please don't say that this was a secret mission. We wouldn't send out a letter to all member states about a secret mission. So please don't say that we're trying to prop up the Maduro regime. You know my opinion on this regime. You know that I met with the Spanish ambassador when I was Foreign Affairs Minister, and I was very proud to have been able to make some small contribution to this. My commitment to democracy in Venezuela is something that won't be judged or validated by you. Yes, it was a risky effort that we made, and we know that it would be criticised. You're criticising it more than it deserves, and so is the other side. But we're trying to find a solution which can help the opposition to feel stronger, to feel that they have support from the international community and the EU when they talk to the government. Now, unfortunately, we weren't successful. If Mr. Maduro's regime had said before the mission, there's no point coming because I'm not going to change the election date because I can't do it under the constitution, as he's doing now, then yes, of course, we wouldn't have sent the mission. But that wasn't clear at the time. It wasn't so black and white in our discussions that we had directly with the opposition. It wasn't so cut and dry. We did have hope. There did seem to be some kind of possibility. And I felt it was my duty to explore that possibility, to see if there was anything that could be done to move forward with this dialogue, which at the end of the day is going to be the only solution in Venezuela. And your contribution has been regrettable in this particular case.
Kiitokset korkea edustaja.
Thank you very much indeed, High Representative. I now declare that debate closed, and I will not allow any further speeches. There are no further speeches, and we move now to the next item.
No se puede acusar de intentar.
You can't accuse members of this chamber like that. You have to show respect. You have to respect this institution. We have democratic scrutiny over the High Representative. You have a duty to come and explain your actions. It's not something discretionary that's left in your hands.
Arvoisa edustaja.
Honourable member, please calm down, cease speaking. The debate is closed. Your microphone has been switched off, and we are moving to the next agenda item.
No niin, seuraavaksi.
The next item on the agenda is the statement by the Vice President of the Commission, High Representative of the Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy on the situation in Iran. This is going to be an interesting debate. As has been the case previously, there will be no catch the eye section of the debate, and there will be no blue cards accepted. May I now give the floor to the High Representative.
Gracias, señor presidente. En efecto, la situación en...
Thank you, President. Yes, the situation in Iran is one that deserves to be discussed. And hopefully it will be an interesting debate. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the European Parliament for its commitment to follow the situation in Iran, and in particular, its concern for human rights.
Voitte varmasti siirtyä.
I think the best place for private conversations is outside. Mr. Butikofer.
And I'm asking him that he should try to insult me in a language that I understand.
Minäkin toivoisin
I too would like to understand. Now let's continue with the debate on Iran. The High Representative has the floor, and the place for discussions on Venezuela is outside the chamber.
President, I was saying that I thank the European Parliament for its ongoing concern about the situation in Iran, including the recent worrying human rights-related developments. Iran is in the middle of a difficult period. The COVID-19 is affecting the country severely, with more than 3,000 new infections every day, 500,000 today, and at least 27,000 deaths. The COVID crisis is further deepening Iran's existing economic difficulties. Following the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the so-called JCPOA, Iran had legitimate expectations that this nuclear deal will result in more concrete economic benefits. Yet, after the regrettable US departure from the agreement and the reinstatement of severe sanctions, the overall economic figures speak for themselves. The International Monetary Fund is predicting a 10% drop in GDP this year, 8.5% last year. Unemployment is at 16%. The Iranian rial has lost almost half its value towards the US dollars. Trade with the European Union has decreased. In addition, Iran is experiencing shortages of important humanitarian items like personal protective equipment and medicine that could help in fighting COVID. There's a severe shortage of all capacities to fight the COVID. As European Union, we were quick to provide humanitarian support with an air bridge, and we keep strongly advocating, together with the UN Secretary General, that sanctions must not impede humanitarian trade. Together with the European Union member states, we also keep looking at ways to encourage more legitimate trade between the EU and Iran, including through INSTEC. But we need to do more. These difficulties have also had a political impact in Iran, not least at the parliamentary election earlier this year. We have seen a strengthening of those opposed to the nuclear deal, who are distrustful of the West and who do not support diplomacy and engagement. Together with our European and international partners, we are working hard to make sure that diplomacy with Iran continues to be possible. We have also witnessed several deeply concerning human rights developments recently. This includes the treatment of Nasrin Sotoudeh and the many other political prisoners who remain in prison, whose health is at risk and should be released on humanitarian grounds, or at least have prompt access to medical assistance if they require it. We also condemn publicly the execution of Iranian wrestler Navid Akabri and call on the Iranian authorities to investigate allegations that he was tortured in detention. We underline to all our partners, and not just Iran, that the perpetrators of such acts must be held accountable. We continue to engage the Iranian authorities on their distressing practice of arbitrarily detaining European Union Iranian dual nationals. We acknowledge the temporary release of French citizen Farid Abdelkak. No individual should be used as a pawn, and I want to once again urge the Iranian authorities to cease this policy. Mr. President, honorable members, let me finish with some remarks on the nuclear agreement. I want to be clear. As coordinator, because the High Representative acts as coordinator of the JCPOA, I will continue to do everything possible to ensure the preservation and full implementation of the nuclear deal by all parties. Why is this so important? Because it is in our very own European security interest, and because the agreement continues to deliver. Without the nuclear deal, Iran could have developed a nuclear weapon by now, with all the security implications for the region and beyond. Of course, I am very concerned about Iran's reduced implementation of its JCPOA nuclear commitments following the US withdrawal from the agreement 2 years ago. And I do believe that full implementation of the nuclear deal by Iran and the other parties remain crucial to our efforts to preserve it. However, we should not forget that even though the amount of nuclear material Iran possesses today is more than it had 2 years ago, it is still far less than the 10 tons of enriched uranium that Iran possessed before the agreement. And we know that this is thanks to the JCPOA. Iran is the most monitored country in the world by the International Atomic Energy Agency, with now almost 400 inspections per year. If we were to lose the agreement, we would lose such critical information about the nuclear program too. During recent weeks, a great amount of attention has been devoted to attempts by the United States to bring back the United Nations Iran sanctions. And here I want to be very clear also. Once more, bringing back these sanctions would have meant the end of the JCPOA. 13 members of the Security Council, 13, including all European members, rejected this approach and underlined the importance to keep the agreement in place. On this way, supporting my understanding that the US are no longer part of the JCPOA because they freely decided to withdraw from it. They were also very clear that after leaving the agreement in 2018, the United States was not in a position to initiate the so-called snapback process of bringing back United Nations sanctions under the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. As JCPOA coordinator, I thus want to reiterate that all sanctions lifting commitments under the agreement remain in place. I want to reiterate that all sanctions lifting commitments under the agreement remains in place. Well, I will personally continue to remain engaged on all of these issues, knowing that you are being criticized by both parts when you take this stance. And I count on the strong backing of this Parliament and the Council to promote a holistic approach to Iran that takes into account the different facets of our bilateral relationship. Engagement with Iran on all these issues remains in the European Union vital strategic interest, and that's why we are approaching the issue the way we do. Thank you.
Kiitokset korkealle
Thank you very much indeed, High Representative, for that introductory statement. Now we'll hear from the political group representatives. Mr. McAllister, you have the floor.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, thank you, Mr. High Representative, for your statement. I would like to echo your justified words on the urgent need to ensure the preservation and the implementation of the JCPOA by all parties. This multilateral agreement, as we have underlined many times in this European Parliament, is a crucial achievement of European diplomacy. It remains a key pillar of the global non-proliferation architecture, contributing to regional security and stability, and it addresses Iran's nuclear program in a comprehensive manner. Colleagues, in 2018, the Foreign Affairs Committee visited Iran and Saudi Arabia. We had very interesting talks in Riyadh and Tehran, and our key message was consistently a de-escalation in the region is a must. Today, more than 2 years later, this is more needed than ever before. And that's why, dear High Representative, I would like to underline what you announced as regards the snapback mechanism. All parties involved should do their utmost to preserve the JCPOA and to refrain from any action that could be perceived as an escalation in this current situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAllister. And now for the S&D group, Mr. Pizzula. A minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dear Mr. High Representative, JCPOA is unmatched diplomatic achievement of the European Union, but it seems to be even bigger challenge to maintain it. The European Union has committed itself to its survival and full implementation. As some would add, the deal is still alive, but could be in a better health condition. Hopefully, the United States will soon enough return to deal and towards the restoration of multilateralism in general, and Iran will also uphold its commitments as stated in the treaty. Our support to the nuclear deal, however, does not mean that we should be shy, calling on Iran for its role in conflicts in Syria and Yemen, its action in the Strait of Hormuz and attacks on US troops in Iraq. We are mostly definitely not indifferent towards the situation of human rights in Iran, which is appalling. A Sakharov Prize awardee, Nasrin Sotoudeh, recently was on hunger strike, and the latest case of execution of David Afkari deserves our strongest condemnation. A number of dual EU Iranian citizens are still unjustly detained in Iran. We support EAS Iran Task Force and its balanced, comprehensive approach. But today, we have to make it clear that if Iran wants continued European Union engagement, it needs to dramatically improve its human rights record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pizzula. And now 2 minutes for Bart Groothuis of Renew.
Madam Vice President and dear High Representative, 11 days from now, on October 18, the United Nations arms embargo will expire. And on 11 days from now, China and Russia will be very eager to sell strategic weapons to Iran. The Iranian foreign minister has welcomed it. And 11 days from now, like the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has said, a new phase in military cooperation between Iran and the world will commence. And since the Iranian options are limited and their cash flow is limited and their foreign currencies are limited, they might very well offer as a quid pro quo naval bases or air bases to Russian or Chinese military in the Middle East. And this is, of course, all bad news, very bad news for anyone living in Israel, in Lebanon, in Yemen, but also in the European Union. Debates, however, seem to be concentrating on whoever gets the ticket in the White House. I admit most variables are dependent on who makes the decisions in the beginning of next year in Washington. But right now, in the next couple of months, we have an expiring weapons embargo, and there's no movement from the USA to be expected, which create a daunting challenge, I must say, to try to restrain and limit arms sales to Iran. And here lies a task for Europe. And I was very pleased to learn that a while ago that European efforts to restrain, to limit, or at least to delay arms sales to Iran within the P5+1 framework were underway. Any alternative means to find a solution is welcome because Beijing will sell its arms. But it's been quiet ever since. And therefore I ask for some assurance. Are we still on the same page? Are talks with Europe, with Beijing and Moscow ongoing? Can you assure me that we are doing everything that we can to restrain? Is there still hope to limit arms sales? As a coordinator for the JCPOA, which we fully support, and also as a diplomatic success from the European Union, I would ask you in the next 11 days and beyond to do your utmost best. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Groothuis. Now for the ID group, Thierry Mariani. A minute and a half.
L'Iran est une puissance régionale majeure au Moyen-Orient. Téhéran inquiète parfois.
Tehran is a worrying regime. Sometimes there's nothing to do with international law that's at stake, but the voice of the EU is not always being heard. Partially because we've been humiliated by the Americans withdrawing from the JCPOA, but also because sometimes we're accused of doing worse than Iran, because there's an unacceptable territoriality of American law. The EU has no interest in accepting the Iranian ambitions of establishing a Shiite force between Iran and Beirut. But if Iran at the same time is trying to fight the Ottoman overlords and the Sunni Gulf forces as well, it is high time that we free ourselves from NATO and its burden to find credibility and independence in terms of the files for this region. Yes, we do need to establish a dialogue with the region which doesn't exclude any of the taboos, such as demilitarizing the militias or abolishing the death penalty, but we shouldn't have a dialogue to exclude Iran from the diplomatic world, but rather from being an architect for peace in this region.
Kiitokset edustaja Mariani.
Thank you, Mr. Mariani. Now, Greens EFA, Ernest Urtasun has a minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. Iran's COVID-19 cases are at an all-high time at the moment. The pandemic has hit hard at a time when the country's economy was at its lowest point, partly due to the sanctions imposed by the US, which have harmed Iranians' access to essential medicine. When it comes to the situation in human rights, we want to reiterate our call to release all human rights defenders imprisoned and sentenced, as well as the unconditional release of all EU-Iranian dual nationals, which is a growing concern in that parliament. But the central element of our capacity to influence both the nuclear developments and the human rights situations in the country remains JCPOA. We would like to welcome the conclusions following the meeting of the Joint Commission on the 1st of September and support the High Representative efforts to ensure the preservation and full implementation of the agreement by all sides. Let it be recalled, as the EAS has recently done in a statement, that the non-participant state to the JCPOA, the US, cannot initiate the process to reimpose sanctions under the UN Security Council Resolution 2231. The JCPOA framework is today the framework that avoids further escalation, and that is why this Parliament and the European Union should firmly stand behind it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Urtasun. And now the next speaker is Witold Waszczykowski on behalf of the ECR Group. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senor Borrell, for the information about the situation in Iran, about the condition of the JCPOA. Yes, this agreement is an important value for us. However, I would like to appeal for transatlantic unity on Iran. Despite dispute and competitions between United States and Russia, United States and China, and United States and Iran, I think there is no room for European Union to be in the middle. There is no room for strategic autonomy in this particular case. Especially in the case of Iran, the European Union has to take side. We may differ, of course, about the measures, about the instrument, how to deal with Iran. However, we have to work together, because Iran is determined to develop a nuclear program, is determined to change security architecture, is a nasty regime which is disrespecting human rights. There is no room for a quick economic benefits. Our security matters. Let's keep Iran away from the nuclear bomb, and let's keep it. Let's do it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waszczykowski. And now for the GUE Group, Cornelia Ernst has a minute and a half. Today we are talking about the situation in Iran. The first thing to mention is the large number of COVID-19 victims. The people of this country are being left alone. The United States has pulled out of one of the most important contemporary agreements, the JCPOA. There were no consequences. Trump can break international law with impunity and impose appalling extraterritorial sanctions This is a dramatic failure on the part of the West, and it's a source of great disappointment to those in Iran who want to open up and reform. And for those who are bleating about the hardliners reinforcing their power, then I have to say this is a failure. Nasrin Sotoudeh is again detained. She personifies hope for many people in Iran. The doors to Iran are closing and we are sitting and waiting. What are we waiting for, actually? The American elections? We should be able to support the forces of freedom and democracy in Iran, and it just means doing more. Thank you, Ms. Ernst. And now, individual speakers, starting with Sean Kelly for 1 minute.
I thought the High Representative gave a very balanced statement on the situation in Iran, containing the good, the bad and the ugly, and how particularly the economic situation is impacting on the poor and unfortunate citizens of Iran. As my colleague David McAllister pointed out, the JCPOA was a triumph for European diplomacy, and particularly also for three powerful women who helped to negotiate it. Again, we express our disappointment that the US administration unilaterally withdrew from the agreement in May 2018 and heightened tensions further with the assassination of Iranian General Soleimani. The nuclear deal is a key pillar of the regional and world security, and the EU has made great efforts in keeping the pact alive, despite US pressure, and we deserve credit for it. We must remain clear and unwavering in our commitment to non-violence and continue to de-escalate tensions in the region. As has been pointed out, since the United States has already withdrawn from an international agreement covering Iran's nuclear ambitions, it can't now use its former membership of the pact to try and impose a permanent arms embargo on Iran. And we must do everything we can to ensure that sanction lifting continues while the conditions are met. And with 400 inspections per year, that's pretty clear.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Please respect speaking time, everybody. The next speaker is Ms. Guteland for 1.5 minutes.
Madam President, High Representative, Mr. Borrell, ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at a very broad situation in Iran. There's a lot to be said. Iran really is facing a crisis at the moment. Colleagues have already mentioned the current situation of COVID-19, for example, but it's also a country that has suffered from poverty, massive corruption, and climate change. Over and above that, we also have the issues of human rights, which leave a great deal to be desired. The EU has condemned, but it needs to continue to condemn what is being imposed on people who are standing against the regime. Nasrin Sotoudeh, for example, fighting for human rights in her capacity as a lawyer who's now on hunger strike, who's pointing out the horrible situation that she and others are suffering when you fight for your people and human rights. We have to continue to condemn the executions that take place. It was terrible to stand by and watch the Navid Afkari being executed, the athlete. It's horrendous that people's lives are being taken away from them, and Iran has the worst statistics of countries around the world when it comes to that. There are serious shortcomings. If the EU is going to achieve to get a stable situation in terms of security when it comes to Iran, to make sure that the JCPOA will continue to be respected, have a transatlantic link with the US, stand up for human rights, then there has to be a huge commitment from the European Commission and the Council, and I assume that the High Representative, Mr. Borrell, would stand by that.
Thank you, Ms. Guteland. And now, Nicola Beer, Vice President Beer, 1.5 minutes.
Belarus, Azerbaijan, Armenien.
Belarus, Azerbaijan, Armenia. Daily images of violence against which we protest. but we should also stand up for those who are suffering outside the public eye, with no politicians or press to portray their plight. There is repression of many people in Iran, against young people, against women. Many women, including Nasrin Sotoudeh, the Sakharov Prize winner, who have been fighting for women's rights, have suffered for their actions and been deprived of their freedom. But all of these women don't have media attention, don't have lawyers. We have to draw attention to their plight. Specifically, we need Giti Boufassel to meet our ambassadors in prison. And above all, we need to develop an unambiguous line towards dictatorial regimes. We shouldn't be cooperating with the Iranian regime. We should be offering direct support to Iranian women, Iranian civil society. Thank you.
Kiitos, edustaja Beer.
Thank you, Ms. Beer. Marco Campomenosi has a minute and a half.
Presidente, grazie.
Thank you, President, and thank you to the High Representative. Many colleagues have already said this. Torture to get false confessions, mass detentions, the rights of opposition and women are overturned, and in the interest of a regime that is an enemy of its own people. That's without even talking about minorities and the state of Israel, the tragic management of the COVID situation, and the economic situation as well. And yet financing militias in Syria, in Iraq, they seem to have enough money for that. Now, from what the American regime is saying is it should be listened to. I was in favour of the nuclear agreement, but today I think it would be a mistake to think that it can still be enacted today. For the same reasons, we shouldn't underestimate the agreements between Israel and some Sunni states. The situation in the world is changing, so we have to remain open and ensure that we remain open in a way that will allow the possibility of a change of regime. Today, Liberakov can't be here with us, and I think he was probably right in his protest against the regime. Thank you.
Kiitos, edustaja Campo.
Thank you, Mr. Campo Menosi. Now, Reinhard Bütikofer has a minute and a half.
Madam President, Mr. Borrell, the aggressive oppression of the people of Iran by the regime is presently the worst it's been over 30 years. And as Mrs. Beer said, the regime is waging war on its people, and we have to stand steadfastly on their side to protect them and to help them and to make the world know and make the European public know what is going on. At the same time, we're talking about the JCPOA. And we try to hold on to that, and we should, but we're holding on to a political ruin. And even if President Biden would be elected in November, there's scarcely a chance that the US would return to the JCPOA if we're honest with ourselves. The JCPOA was a European initiative. We are proud of that, but that pride should be translated into a new European initiative. I think there is new dynamic in the region, particularly with some of the deals that have already been mentioned today. And the European Union should start, you should start, Mr. Borrell, an initiative for a regional conference for stability and peace. And of course, we need the US on board, we need the Russians on board, and the Chinese, and all the powers in the region. But we should not just look back, deploring what went wrong, but look forward, finding new initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butikofer. The next speaker is Anna Fotiga for 1 minute.
Thank you. The economic disaster in Iran started long before COVID and American sanctions. Actually, massive protests were because of misuse of funds after defreezing by banks on opposed signing of JCPOA. We have to find a way to keep arms embargo on the regime that is responsible for financing terrorism, crashing so brutally protests in the country and downing civilian airplanes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fotiga. Mick Wallace now has 1 minute.
President, not extending the sanctions against Iran at UN Security Council was certainly welcome. But Mr. Borrell, you said that the EU has learned lessons from recent developments and that the EU must take a more independent position. Are you prepared to act out upon these lessons? Due to the US unilateral sanctions, the EU as a member and coordinator of the JCPOA has not complied with its own obligations under the JCPOA. You are tasked with overseeing the implementation of the EU law, including the Blocking Statute Regulation 2271. What have you done in practice to protect legitimate trade with Iran? Under the Blocking Statute, EU countries are not allowed to abide by US extraterritorial sanctions. But our failure to stand against the lawless behaviour of the US makes us complicit in punishing millions of Iranians and abusing their human rights. When is the EU going to find the courage to abide by international law and say no to US bullying? When will you, Mr. Borrell, say no to US imperialism?
Thank you, Mr. Wallace. The next speaker is Maria Arena for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. High Representative, you've said that Europe will stand by its commitment to the JCPOA, which is good because at the heart of that we know that security in the region is there, but in more general terms, global security. But international cooperation, you said this, with Iran cannot turn a blind eye to the issue of human rights because Iran is far, far away from implementing these. We know that we have the International Day Against the Death Penalty, but Iran is one of the countries that executes the most people around the world, including people who were minors at the time, women condemned to death at the age of 9, boys at the age of 11, on death row and executed at the age of 18. Iran considers that offences can lead to execution, prostitution, apostasy, or manifestation, demonstration against poverty or corruption. And of course it's torture that leads to people confessing. In defending human rights and fighting against the death penalty, there are people such as Nazrin Sotoudeh who are now languishing in prison. International cooperation with Iran is important, yes. Dialogue is important too, yes. But it must also consist of bringing pressure to bear in favour of human rights and demanding the immediate freedom of those who have only been carrying out their passive rights of a fundamental nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arena. The next speaker is Maria Rodríguez Ramos.
Gracias, señor Borrell, y
Thank you, Mr. Borrell, and thank you for your efforts in trying to maintain the JCPOA. But we have to admit that the Iranian authorities have violated human rights. There have been hunger strikes to speak against the political detainees, but we also have to remember Iranian civil society, and the Iranian regime is at war with civil society. Repression is institutionalized in Iran. Courts support false accusations. Judges will rule sentences based on confessions, based on torture, and these violations occur on a daily basis. The Iranian regime has to respond to these crimes. There has to be a proper investigation from the Human Rights Council to look at the situation in Iran, and we need a report that will tell us about the brutally reality that the Iranian people are subject to.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez Ramos. And now Mr. Berg has 1 minute. Madam President, High Representative, the High Representative is insisting on maintaining this weak initiative. Of course, I can understand efforts to stop nuclear proliferation. In my view, though, we have to look reality in the eye. Iran is not credible. The mullahs destabilize their neighbors, finance terrorism around the world, repress their own people, and arrest innocent people with dual nationality in order to gain political advantage. The Revolutionary Guards are a major drug smuggling organization. UN Security Council Resolution 2231 makes it possible for Iran to export terror and fear. It allows the undemocratic mullahs to continue to terrorize their own people. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Berg. The next speaker, Selima Yenbu. You have the floor for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Burrell, do you know Ms. Marasel? She works for the British Council in the UK, where she's trying to spread Iranian culture and education. She was arrested in Tehran and condemned to 10 years in prison. Mr. Burrell, she should be supported. Amma Samarin is just one example why culture actually brings fear to the heart of the Iranian regime. She's not the only one who's been attacked because of her defense of culture. In 2016, Moshifeh Farani, who had to leave his country to carry on being an artist. Can you imagine that a Russian artist being portrayed by Iranian? The amount of cultural cross-fertilization comes from that. We know that this is part of world culture. You who are fighting for cultural freedom, don't forget the regimes that you fear. And thank you for your courage, Manuna.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yenbu. Now Mr. Lopez Aguilar has the floor for 1 minute.
Gracias, señora presidenta, alto representante.
Thank you, President, High Representative Mr. Borrell. Many members of this Parliament welcome your efforts, and I echo those thanks as well. The European Union has to act with commitment, character and autonomy. And that is true. The conflict between Azerbaijan and Armenia, and in Venezuela, and in this case in Iran. And we have to say to the United States that by abandoning the plan, they're no longer a member of the Joint Action Plan. And so UN Security Council Resolution 2231 means that they are unilaterally imposing sanctions, which failed in the past. The European Union has to do everything it can to urge Iran to stop repression and discriminating against various categories of people, including women, as well as the systematic habitual use of the death penalty. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. López Aguilar. The next speaker for 1 minute is Jean Lacapelle.
Les États-Unis ont décidé
The United States decided unilaterally to reimpose sanctions on Iran. They are also threatening those around the world who breach those sanctions. European businesses, including BNP Paribas Bank, have had to pay fines, and they haven't been defended by the European authorities. Isn't it time for the EU to protect its businesses from American sanctions? What can the Commission do? And isn't it time to show some muscle and finally protect European businesses from American interference? Shouldn't we be putting up barriers to American products at our border, just as Trump did with TikTok? Thank you, Mr. Lacapelle. Now, Hannah Neumann has 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, we have talked for nearly an hour now about the threats to the JCPOA, about global power dynamics, about national repression. And while all of this is true and very frustrating, there's also hope in Iran. There were massive protests of young people last year in the streets, taking their claims to the streets. Just a few weeks ago, women of Iran have started a Me Too movement. There's even a Fridays for Future group in the country. Young people in Iran are not living on a different planet. They are part of global movements and they challenge the regime. Yes, they have to face crackdowns, oppression, repression, torture. They are in prison, some of them are executed. But they are coming back again and again and again. And the old ones who have gone through this for decades and decades have not stopped. So, dear colleagues, as long as people in Iran still have the courage to face this regime, it is our duty to support their cause and protect them. And while it is so important that the EU engages in regional dynamics, as Reinhard Bütikofer and others said, we can only do so if we also manage to engage the people that suffer under the various regimes in the region.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neumann. And now, Evin Inser has a minute.
High Representative Borrell, for over 40 years, human rights defenders and political opposition have been under constant attack by the regime in Iran. The repression of the Iranian people is heavy, or towards the Iranian people is heavy and ceaseless. Just this September, Amnesty International reported how protesters are subjected to extensive torture following the large popular demonstration last year. Feminists, journalists, union leaders, civil society, and minorities as Kurds and Baha'i are sentenced to harsh penalties, including corporal punishment and death penalties. Sadly, this is probably not news to anyone in this room. Iran sees some of its citizens as threats. Repression happens to real people, people with family and friends. Right now, a Swedish habitant is facing the brother of a Swedish habitant is facing death penalty while being in jail. Nasrin Sotoudeh and Narges Mohammadi, these are same names of additional people in Iranian jails and that are facing death penalties. So my question is basically, what is the Commission doing to prevent execution of these innocent people who only dream and democracy and freedom? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Inter. Bernhard Simjok has the floor next for 1 minute.
Verehrte Kollegen,
ladies and gentlemen, just recently Navid Afkari was executed without any form of proper trial. Where was our protest then? And the lawyer Nasrin Sotoudeh, who won the Sakharov Prize, is in extreme danger. Her situation is very worrying. She was subjected to 33 years prison and 38 strokes of the lash because she defended 3 women who were protesting against having to wear head scarves. Headscarves that the left in Europe think are a sign of an emancipation, but she was still given the lash. We know that the deal that's been established for the anti-nuclear proliferation is important, of course. Let's look at our many oft-cited values and impose them and stop messing around with Iran. Let's show Iran the red card.
Kiitos, edustaja Zimniok.
Thank you, Mr. Zimniok. Robert Heischel has the floor now for a minute.
Thank you, President. The European Union wants to maintain a nuclear deal with Iran and rejects American unilateral action aimed at imposing further sanctions. President Trump promises that if he is elected again, he will negotiate a better deal with Iran, not only on its nuclear program. Can we believe it? I don't know. It's clear that nothing will be solved on nuclear deal until we learn who wins the election and whether Washington is returning to a nuclear deal or continuing with the controversial sanctions mechanism. I think that time is passing by, and now we face the problem when the weapons export embargo will expire in 2 weeks. On the other hand, we have to remind that we in the EU must remain critical and very tough against Tehran in dealing with the ideological opposition. Iran needs to make further significant progress in the area of human rights if it wants to get a more European engagement. So the release of some detained citizens with a dual citizenship is a step in the right direction. I think it's not sufficient, and all the repression should stop. And now, thanks.
Kiitokset, edustaja Heischel.
Thank you, Mr. Heischel. Now we'll hear from Dominic Ruiz de Vesa for 1 minute.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, President, and thanks also to the High Representative for being here and for his words. I think that the vast majority of this chamber agree with the position that you set out. Try to make all efforts possible to try to ensure the nuclear agreement is maintained, but at the same time demand respect for human rights in Iran by the regime. We can't forget the long list of acts of aggression from the Iranian regime, regional destabilization, detention and executions of oppositions. We heard about Afkari here, our Sakharov Prize winner. The situation there is very concerning, and also the illegal detention of dual nationals. Buying arms despite the embargo, repression of the demonstrations last November. The question is, do we have proper tools to put pressure on the regime rather than just making these statements?
Kiitokset, edustaja.
Thank you, Mr. Ruiz de Vesa. Now I give the floor to Mikhail Gala for 1 minute and a half.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, kiitos.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sure we agree about the situation in Iran, the execution of Navid Afkari, the detention of Nasrin Sotoudeh, and the persecution of the Baha'i religious community. I'm sure everything else that's been said is justified, but for years we agreed that the worst would be for Iran to get the nuclear bomb, and it's important to stop that, and the JCPOA must therefore be kept, and we have to try to get a new Biden administration in the US that would rejoin it. We have seen increasing radicalization in Iran. Had the agreement been applied, had sanctions been lifted, had people been allowed to develop, they would have had more strength to resist the regime. I agree with Hannah Neumann. I have great faith in young people, in all people who've had enough of this regime. One day this regime will be over. And I think that part of that is keeping the JCPOA alive. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gahler. And now Vice President Castaldo.
Thank you, President. High Representative, the human rights situation in Iran has deteriorated rapidly this year. The sanctions that have been imposed by the United States have had a devastating impact on the country's economy and serious consequences on economic and social rights, and has created an internal bomb. The protests last November were brutally repressed by the authorities, and they've used unnecessary, excessive force against the peaceful demonstrators. The courts and security forces use the penal code to prosecute peaceful protesters and opposition. The cases of oppression of lawyers and journalists are clear examples of this. We have to speak against human rights violations everywhere that they occur, but we need to ensure that the European Union defends its joint commitments under the agreement. Otherwise, there will be no way to negotiate improvements to the human rights situation. We can't act unilaterally. We have to defend the agreement today.
Kiitos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castaldo. And now, High Representative, I invite you to conclude this important debate.
Thank you, President. It has been a busy morning. We are here for 4 hours, and we are reaching the end of this intense debate about 3 very important issues. Many things have been said. I agree with many of them. And I could say exactly what Mr. Gahler has said at the end. The worst would be Iran becoming nuclear. And thanks to this deal, it's not nuclear. Other members have said the same thing. I cannot mention to all of them. So to try to keep the JCPOA alive, although, as Mr. Butikofer has said, it's very weak, it's not in a very good shape, because the withdrawal of the US, for sure, is something that jeopardizes their existence and their continuity. But to keep working in order the JCPOA continue working, unless at a lower regime, is not contradictory with the importance that we have to give to the situation of human rights in Iran. And I know that there is something that all Parliament is very much concerned, and I can assure you that we will continue working in order to put in front of the Iranian authorities our concern, our reject of the executions, detentions that has been mentioned today here. We will do that in collaboration with the German embassy in Tehran, which is currently acting as our local representation, since we don't have a European delegation on the ground. And Butikofer is also right. We have to look further. Whatever is going to happen in the US after the next elections is not sure that the JCPOA will resist. We have to look for a new agreement. Is it possible? Remember how difficult it was to reach this agreement, how many years of tough work require to rebuild the agreement in order to adapt it to the new circumstances, and even enlarging it could be good if possible. It will depend very much on the political landscape in January next year. In the meantime, about the arms embargo, I want to stress that we Europeans, we will continue putting our arms embargo in place, our arms embargo, the comprehensive arms embargo for the European Union, not from the JCPOA, will continue into 2023. But we cannot say that we fight to keep the JCPOA alive and at the same time to impose arms embargo who on the JCPOA itself was considered part of it and banned. On that, I think we cannot share the position of the US as they didn't share 30 members of the Security Council. All in all, we are trying to do our best in order to increase the trade with Iran. It's very difficult because the American sanctions are very powerful, but the Iran deal is not just a nuclear deal, it's a do-desk. It's a nuclear deal on one side and an economic deal on the other side, and one thing goes with the other. We cannot pretend Iran to fulfill all the nuclear obligations and at the same time they get any kind of reward from the economic side. This is a delicate balance, and let's try to work on two things at the same time, the nuclear agreement and human rights. We continue fighting to keep the nuclear agreement lively, working, and at the same time we will continue working in order to make the Iranian authorities aware that the respect of human rights is a sine qua non condition for us to engage with them. And on both things, I need the support of the European Parliament and a realistic approach to one of the most important problems for our security. Because without the JCPOA today, Iran would be a nuclear power. And then we would be in a completely different scenario, in a completely different situation. And I think that this achievement of the European diplomacy, which took a lot, the efforts from Javier Solana until Ms. Mogherini, a lot of people working on that, deserves to be preserved, deserves to be continuing, deserves to be facilitating a non-nuclear Iran, and it gives us also a leverage to engage in Iran on this other very important issue as human rights that I know the members of this parliament are very much attached to it, as I am. You can count on the working of the External Action Service engaging on this issue. The two of them can go in parallel. One thing doesn't prevent the other. Thank you very much, members of the Parliament, for your support and for this long and moving session.
Kiitos.
Thank you very much, High Representative. And that concludes that debate. And the sitting is adjourned until 2:15. Have a good lunch.
Le problème, c'est qu'ils amènent beaucoup à la dernière minute et même moi, je suis pas au courant.
350. Est-ce que test 350. Test 350. Test 350.
Grazie.
Well, I declare the sitting reopened. Dear colleagues, I should like now to announce the results of the first voting session. The results of the first round are as follows. Approval of the allocation of new responsibilities of Executive Vice President of the Commission, Valdis Dombrovskis, as follows. Secret vote, voted in 695 voted, 515 in favor, 110 opposed, and 70 abstentions. Therefore, approved. Congratulations.
Complimenti.
Congratulations. Now, when it comes to the approval of the appointment of Mairead McGuinness as member of the European Commission, this was a secret vote as well. 695 voted, 583 in favor, 75 against, and 37 abstentions. Therefore, that was approved. Congratulations, Mairead.
Votazione.
The final votes on the establishment of an EU mechanism on democracy. So there were 694 voting, 521 in favor, 152 against, and 21 abstentions. Therefore, it is approved. Then, when it comes to a common commercial policy, therefore we have 695 voting, 431 in favor, 140 against, and 124 abstentions. Approved. Then, when it comes to the climate law, European climate law, this is a bit longer.
Emendamento.
Amendment 146 approved, 161 first part adopted, 161 second part rejected, 161 third part adopted, 161 4 rejected, 161 5 adopted, 79 1 falls, 79 2 falls, 79 3 falls, 172 1 rejected, 172 2 rejected, 172 3 rejected, 172 4 rejected, 172 5 rejected, 6th part rejected, 152 rejected as well, 173 rejected, 81 1 adopted, 126 rejected, 127 rejected, 81 second part carried, 174 rejected, 81 3 first part carried, second part carried, 138 rejected, 132 rejected, 128 first part rejected, second part rejected, third rejected, fourth part rejected, fifth 128 fifth part rejected, 128 sixth part rejected, 143 first part rejected, 143 second part carried, 84 175 carried, 4/1 carried, 4/2 carried, 163 therefore falls, 153 first part carried, 153 second part carried, 164 rejected, 102 rejected, 110 rejected, 14/1. The president correct himself. First part carried, second part carried, 137 rejected, 18 carried, 154 carried, 155 1 rejected, 155 2 rejected, 24 1 carried, 24 2 carried, 165 rejected, 129 rejected, 166 rejected, 167 rejected, 103 rejected, 111 rejected, first part 144 first part carried, 144 2 carried, 156 first part carried, 156 2 30 rejected, 32 falls, 28 1 carried, 28 2 carried, 1 1 2 rejected, 47 carried. 157, first part, carried. Second part, carried. Third part, carried. Fourth part, carried. 54-1 falls. 54-2 falls. 113 rejected. 130 rejected. 131 rejected. 158-1 carried, and 158-2 carried. And that brings us to the end of the results on the votes on the European climate law. Dear colleagues, we do suspend our sitting until 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Passa, passa. Já podes cortar.
Sabes que aqui não é preciso acender aqui na mesa de misturas, aqui no Sinóptica.
Tens a certeza?
Estão apagados? Está aqui na mesa de Sinóptica, estão apagados. E é só fazer aqui a coisa.
Passa em direito, vá. Vou ficar aqui. Tá.
Fala lá agora a ver se passa também aqui no coisa dos internos.
Teste, teste. 1, 2, teste. Teste, teste. 1, 2, 1, 2. Ok.
Agora são os micros do presidente. É os micros do presidente.
Estás a dizer o quê? Sim, sim. Não, não, vou agora.